Okay, come to order. We'll work with what we have. We have a couple of reconsiderations, but I want the floor full before we jump into those votes. So a little patience, gentlemen. Oh, yeah, that's right. Senator Case is good at bringing people back. Yeah. So you're not asking for reconsideration, are you? Okay. Privilege of the floor. Senator Pappas, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I would like to have privilege of the floor.
Please do.
Today, we have some very special guests that I would like to introduce to you. As you all know, we always get visited by wonderful leadership classes. We've seen the classes from Campbell County, from classes from Natrona County, from Casper. Well, today we have Leadership Wyoming visiting us. And of course, they've been near and dear to my heart. I was on the board for 9 years at Leadership Wyoming. It's a great organization. Many of my fellow colleagues here on the floor are graduates of that program, Mr. President. So today we have the class of 2022 that are visiting us, and they're here for their government session. And so please help me welcome the class of 2022 Leadership Wyoming.
Welcome to the Senate. Please do, and I just note that if Leadership Wyoming has any questions, they can contact Senator Pappas. Okay, go ahead.
Privilege of the floor.
Please do.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Wyoming Senate, today on general file, we're going to talk about district judges. And a lot of people make the mistake of thinking that the district judges run the district courts. But in actuality, we all know who really runs the district courts. And they're here with us today, the Association of Clerks of the District Court. Please give them a warm welcome.
Welcome. Yes, I know over the years well, but if I need to get some information, it's from the clerk. Very good. Senator Baldwin.
Mr. President, I don't have a privilege of the floor, but I would request a re-referral.
Yeah, do we have enough people on the floor for that?
I think so.
All right, let's go ahead. And there's one other re-referral as well. So-
Okay, I'd like to request a re-referral of Senate File 36 Pharmacy Benefit Managers Act enhancements to Committee 2 Appropriations.
Okay, absent objection. Would you repeat it for me one more time, the bill number?
It's Senate File 36 Pharmacy
you.
Benefit Managers Act
Absent
enhancements.
objection, Senate File 36 will be referred to Committee 2. It has an appropriations. Okay, Senator Salazar, you comfortable to move forward then with your, oh, wait, Senator Perkins.
Is there, Mr. President, we met over, Mr. President, your Joint Appropriations Committee met informally after our committee meeting over the noon hour. We met to talk about the ARPA and taking up some of Senator Scott's concerns and some of the other concerns in here. At the appropriate time, I'd like to come back and offer a solution about how we proceed and eat a little crow, if I may, Mr. President. Do you want to do that now or do you want to do that later? You want to do it after this presentation?
Let's do this.
What's that?
Let's wait for just a little bit, but thank you for your kind offer and we're going to get that taken care of. Thank you. I'm getting approached from both sides here, making me a little nervous. Gentlemen, would you like to wait? Yeah, as I sensed that you would probably want to wait on that referral. Okay, very good. Senator Perkins, let's counsel just a little bit more. If we went through these thirds, would you want to take that time then? Or would you like to do it right now while we wait for one more Pearson?
I would do, if we got a minute, this will be, it's not gonna be very long, but I'm happy to eat the crow and get it over with.
It's all yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. We met and talked about ARPA Direct and ARPA personal uses and what we've been talking about just before we adjourned or recessed for lunch. And we've come back, and I'm going to eat crow and say that we were wrong. And I think we're trying to recognize Senator Baldwin, Senator Wasserberg, Senator Schuler all had amendments for the ARPA Direct funds. And I would ask you that if you still want to do those things in ARPA Direct, to bring those back on third reading. And in talking about this, ultimately with ARPA and our protection of it, we do have a provision in the later section of the bill, and staff reminded us of over noon. We consulted with staff, just it wasn't us. And as I've said many times, we've struggled to keep our hands around the various forms of ARPA and how this moves going forward. But there is a provision in that we already have in the bill that in the event that the Attorney General and the Governor's Office are going to do this with every one of these anyway. And they're going to determine whether or not and make a risk calculation on whether or not those uses qualify for ARPA, the direct ARPA uses. And to the extent that they do qualify, then the ARPA bill will be effective in funding them. To the extent they don't qualify, then there just will not be ARPA money allocated to those. And so in doing that, I think that in order to do that and have it and to be fair about it, that I would, if you're interested in having direct ARPA dollars applied to your thing. And if there's somebody else I missed, we're trying to recollect and remember that Senator Baldwin had brought one, the one Senator Wasserberg had just before with respect to air enhancement. I think Senator Schuler's, yours was, I think, some money for BRC. And we had Senator Baldwin, I think yours was for suicide. If you want those in the direct ARPA bill, I invite you to bring those back on third reading, and we won't stand up and say, hold off, don't do that. And we can have a debate on the merits of whether or not we ought to use that money or not. And so we do have a backstop already in the bill. So if there's not a correction, we don't have to worry about it. The executive branch will analyze each of these as they come through, and we'll make an assessment on the risk. And for those that are qualified, they'll be funded to the extent that they qualify. For example, and the example that I gave about what if it's 90% funded, if it's 90% ARPA eligible and 10% not. If the Attorney General and those folks, as they look at these applications, because these are all reviewed, it goes through a process. When they're reviewed, if it's determined that 100% is funded, then all of it would be funded. If it's determined that only 95 or 80% is eligible, then that 80% will be funded. And so we do have a self-correcting item in there to remove or cull out if we've made a misassessment in here about the applicability of ARPA direct funds, then there is a mechanism to try and catch that on the other side. So we apologize. I apologize for that. Eat my crow. I play a mea culpa. And then thanks for Senator Scott for his concerns about that, because in analyzing this, it's going back and looking at what Senator Scott said, helped us reanalyze that with staff and come to this conclusion. This is probably a better way to do this because these are direct ARPA funds. They've got purposes, and invite you to look at that, that little handout we had the other day that's got the one pager that talks about the difference between direct ARPA. If you've got another one, if you're interested in having the LSO has prepared a little brief kind of, it's like a 6-page PowerPoint on highlighting those points. If you want that, we can get that made available to you. If you just like to have it distributed, Mr. President, we can get that done and distribute it before you go home today. And so again, I apologize that we've had this on these other two readings. And so if you want those, bring those back and let's have a fair debate and we'll decide them on their merits. And I think that will help us probably make the budget bill a little bit less confusing, and we'll just decide these things on their merits with respect to ARPA direct funding, if that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do you have help in distributing something, or do you just want to have further discussion with them individually? How do you want to do that, Chairman?
Mr. President, we have distributed quite a few things the last few days. We're happy if there's this general agreement you'd like to have this, we'll just get it distributed.
Yeah.
If we see some head
Come see
nods.
the chairman. Okay.
So we'll have that distributed to everybody today. And if you want to come and talk about some of this further, please find a member of the Appropriations Committee, to talk about this further. And we'll help you any way that we can. Fashion an amendment that we can just debate on the merits and not worry about whether
That's
it's ARPA this.
Actually, above and beyond the call. Thank you. Let's go back to Chairman Scott first.
Mr. President, I want to ask a question. And this relates to ARPA funds in the general budget. Suppose there's a particular thing that we want done, say it's going to cost $1 million. And we think that ARPA can fund at least 25% and maybe as much as 50%. Could we bring an amendment that was going to draw at that rate $500,000 from ARPA, $750,000 from the general fund, but is overall limited to between the two $1 million, and have one that's structured so that we can use ARPA funds to the maximum extent we think is possible, and have some general fund component making up the rest of it. So you had really a cross-spread amendment in the budget bill that was appropriating, Mr. President, both kinds of funds, and maybe some latitude for the executive branch as to how much of the ARPA, because we aren't quite sure what's going to qualify and what isn't.
For a note, let's gather up two of them as well. And Senator Scott, I'm sure you wanted to say privilege of the floor. So that would inspire Senator Wasserberger to ask for privilege of the floor.
Privilege of the floor.
Granted.
Yeah, Mr. President, I served 2 years on the Appropriations Committee, and I don't think I ever worked harder than those 2 years in my life. And I would like to recognize our committee number 2 appropriations for their hard work. I would tell you that this interim was more work than it was ever, because they received $1 billion in federal funds. And the issue became, how wisely can we spend it? And I think the Appropriations Committee has done a phenomenal job. And I would ask my colleagues to rise and recognize their efforts.
Granted, let's do that. See, Mr. Chairman, you don't have to eat crow. They appreciate what you're doing. But this group will always question it. Yeah, but I would also note that it's probably, these people take it serious. It's the public's money, and that's why they're strong gatekeepers. They'll guard the door pretty hard and fast when you're trying to chase some of that money, and I appreciate them doing that. And it was a good time to have a CPA as chairman of appropriations with all that extra money. So it was not an easy time. They worked through it, and they gave their lives away in December just to prepare, December and January, just to prepare for this. Chairman Perkins.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. Continuing my mea culpa and apology, we went back and talking again with staff. I misremembered that we had mixed direct ARPA into the budget, and it turns out that we did replacement ARPA in the budget. And we also did some section 604 stuff in the budget, which is the ARPA C. And so I got my ARPAs mixed up. My ARPA's but anyway, but the answer to Senator Scott's question, Mr. President, is yes, you can do that. You'll find in the budget, we've done that a couple of times in a couple of places. For example, there's a few places where we took particularly some ARPA replacement funds, and we put those in, and because they were even there's even some restrictions under the replacement funds. It's best to think of them just as general fund, but there is some restrictions on the replacement funds. And so we've put those in and funding what we believe are clearly qualifying purposes. And so it has the effect of making part of their standard budget funded by money that goes away. And so you'll find a series of footnotes that then later say that at the end of this biennium, they come back and the money that, the general fund money that we use for to help with the revenue replacement, that they come back and they ask for that. It doesn't remove it from their standard budget by doing that. So we do have a number, we did some mix and match with the section 604 funds, the construction funds, and with the director. We didn't with the, with the replacement, the conservative, what we call ARPA-C, which is the conservative replacement fund monies. We didn't do that with, we tried to keep, I was reminded of this over at lunchtime, we tried to keep most of the ARPA direct in this bill, but there's no whole prohibition against putting those types of things in the budget bill either. We'll have to add a little bit of, if we do that, we can add some footnote language that helps us with, provides the same thing I said, that the executive will be the gatekeeper on some of that and make the analysis. And you'll see in a few places we'll point out where we've done that. For example, one of them is in the WWAMI program. There was, we covered some of that with WWAMI, which is the medical assistance where we get paid for that. We don't have a medical school, we assist with those payments. And so we did some, that's an example where we did some of that, partially was funded with some ARPA and some direct funds. So that has happened and that is possible.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
With that, he has the information at the desk. If you'd like to talk to him further. That, let's go ahead and proceed and move into thirds. Appreciate you, Chairman Perkins, for taking the time to do that. Third readings, consent. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, have you got a consent list?
We do, Mr. President. I move third reading consent list, which is as follows. Senate File 45, Military Department Annual Report. Senate File 57, Chancery Court Vacancy Amendments. Senate File 58, Wyoming Council for Women's Issues, Workforce Services. Senate File 59, Game and Fish Fund Investments. Senate File 75, Deferred Annuities, Minimum Forfeiture.
Thank you. Could I have you move that list?
Better start over. I thought I said I moved it.
Well,
Apparently
just say
did
that
not.
you move that full list and that we'll
Mr.
proceed.
I move third reading consent. list,
Thank you.
which is followed.
As
I thought
read.
I said
As read. Now let's go ahead. Would anyone like any of those bills removed from the consent list? All right. Having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall these bills pass the Senate? Senate File 45, Military Department Annual Report. Senate File 57, Chancery Court Vacancy Departments. Senate File 58, Wyoming Council for Women's Issues Workforce Services. Senate File 59, Game and Fish Fund Investments. Senate File 75, Deferred Annuities, Minimum Non-Forfeiture. Let's, Chief Clerk will call the roll.
On the consent list, Anderson. Baldwin. Whitman. Boner. Bouchard. Case. Cooper. Driscoll.
Aye.
Ellis. French. Murphy. Guru. Hicks. Hutchings. James. Kinski. Cole. Cost. Landon. McEwen. Nethercott. Pappas. Perkins. Rothfuss. Salazar. Schuler. Scott. Steinmetz. Wasserberger. President Doggstetter.
Aye.
On the consent list, 30 aye. Senate File 45, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 45, 30 aye. Senate File 57, are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 5730I. Senate File 58. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 5830I. Senate File 59. Are there any changes? Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 5930I. Senate File 75. Are there any changes? Ellis conflict. Scott?
Scott, no.
Aye to no. Steinmetz? Aye to no. French, aye to no. Kolb, aye to no. McEwen, aye to no. Hutchings, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 75, 23 aye, 6 no, 1 conflict.
Having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 45, Senate File 57, Senate File 58, Senate File 59, and Senate File 75 have passed the Senate. Bills on third reading now. Senate File 2, reading clerk, read it in.
Senate File 2, Legislative Budget, sponsored by the Management Council, an act relating to appropriations for the legislature.
Thank you. There is an amendment. Please read that in.
Senate File 2, third reading amendment number 1, page 2, line 1, under.
Senator Scott.
Mr. President, move adoption of this amendment. Mr. President, let me say at the outset, I intended to bring this amendment on second reading, didn't manage to get it done, glitch in the amendment processing system. So rather than raise a fuss yesterday, I chose to bring it back, simply bring it as a third reading amendment. Mr. President, recall the discussion that we had on Committee of the Whole. This is the line item that relates to legislators' salaries for the interim period. And we heard about the way that line item has been just growing and growing and growing. We heard about that in Committee of the Whole. And my concern is that by enabling the kind of growth that we've had, we are gradually moving toward transforming this from a citizen legislature to a half-time or full-time professional legislature, which I think will produce a lot poorer results for the state of Wyoming. I think it is very valuable that all of us in the session zone over have to go home and go to work and earn a living and live with the laws that we pass. I think that adds a very important perspective to the legislature and improves the quality of our work significantly. And we will also need to stop agreeing to so many new select committees, temporary committees. This just takes 10% out of that line item to start us down that road. And I think is a useful first step, Mr. President. So that's what the amendment does. That's the philosophy behind it. And I urge the Senate to adopt it.
Discussion, Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, not for the reasons that the good senator talked about, because I could foresee this really doesn't accomplish what he's trying to do, and that's just reduce the overall number of meetings and have. But this very well, we could have the same number of meetings, you're just gonna do them on Zoom. And so it could actually drive it in the other direction that we're doing online meetings and without some restriction on just the total number of meetings. I don't know by just taking this money out, it's gonna accomplish that. And so that would be my only concern. Don't want to debate whether we're having too many or not having too many. I just don't know that this would get us there because we still have the option of having remote meetings. All that would do is reduce the travel, same number of meetings and all the other stuff. So that would be my only concern, Mr. President, that it really doesn't accomplish what I think the good senator's trying to do.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion. This is on third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 2. Want to close it out then, Senator Scott? We'll call for the question.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think the Zoom meetings are really a separate issue. I think in many instances, they are simply not as effective as the in-person meetings, and we ought to start thinking about reining them in. That's not what's at issue here. Yes, this will only be partially effective. It will not entirely solve the problem, but having this reduction, I think, will set us on the road toward going back to a more of a citizens legislature and less one that somebody can earn a full-time living at, which is, I think, the danger of where we're going. So it isn't perfect. It won't entirely solve the problem. It's a first step, and I think it's a useful first step.
Okay, sponsor spoken. This involves money. So with that, we'll have a roll call vote.
Third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 2, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinski? No. Cole? Aye. Cost? No. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. On the amendment, 10 aye, 20 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 2 has failed. Back on the bill, Senate File 2. Ready for the question? Question being called. Senate File 2 having been read 3 separate times. The question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, Senate File 2. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy. Aye. Guru. Aye. Hicks. Aye. Hutchings. Aye. James. Aye. Kinsky. Aye. Cole. Aye. Cost. Aye. Landon. Aye. McEwen. Aye. Nethercott. Aye. Pappas. Aye. Perkins. Aye. Rothus. Aye. Salazar. Aye. Schuler. Aye. Scott. Aye. Steinmetz. Aye. Wasserberger. Aye. President Dockstetter.
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 2, 30 aye.
Senate File 2, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 2 has passed the Senate. It's bill up for consideration. Senate File 39, ready, clerk, read it in.
Senate File 39, Fireman's Pension Plan Benefits, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee, an act relating to fireman pensions.
Thank you. It has amendments. Have those read in.
Senate File 39, third reading amendment number 1, page 11, line 12, after.
Senator Cost, let's go ahead and get started on this. And I'll need you to move it.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move Senate File 39, Amendment, third reading 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we've tried to come up with the best solution for covering the Fireman's Aid plan and the volunteers so that everybody hopefully is made whole. What we've done is we have extended until July 1st of 2028 the hold off before we pay the 60-40 split. So in other words, everything will remain the same without any split until July of 2028. On July 1st of 2028, 40% will be going into Fireman A and 60% will go to the volunteer firemen. According to the actuarials, and you know that that's not a guarantee, but it still looks very sound, the Fireman's A will be funded adequately until 2052 when they become whole. At the time that they become whole, then this would change where this is going. But right now, the important part is this takes care of the problem and protects our fireman fighter A group and our volunteers. So I would encourage you to think strong about it and let's get this thing taken care of so we don't have to worry about it later. Let's vote this amendment in. Thank you.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. On and against the amendment. If you just go with me for a second back to our discussion and my good friend from Sheridan on appropriations talking about the black art of actuaries. And so if you remember me talking about these 30 limits, you should have on your page, on your desk, Mr. Chairman, you should have two charts that look very similar. One of them is two-sided and is I think the one that the good proponent of this amendment had, and another one is from me. You'll find on Senate File 39. And so he showed you the actuarial table with respect to Fireman A and says that it's fully funded by 2052, when indeed it does say 122% at the very end of the 30-year. And we're talking about if you remember earlier discussions, Bill, this is when we talk about the actuaries and how they project out for 30 years. And so if at the end of 30 years your retirement is fully funded, then you're considered to be sound. And then we talked about the fact that, you know what, these are right until the next market swing or until the next day opens up, and these change every year. And if you remember me earlier, Mr. President, telling the body that in my experience watching this over my years on appropriation, that 100, when you get down to the end, you're wanting that to be 150 or so, just so you can absorb a bad year or two. I also want you on the, so, and the one that says Senate File 39 with 40% delay, 2028, and you see Fireman A. And I want you to take a look at over in the first, about the third, from beginning on the left, the third column over, the fourth column over, and look, and those are important because those are the contributions that come into the fund. And you'll see there, if this bill were to pass in 2022, you see there's the 20 million that we're advancing on behalf of the affected districts and municipalities, and the 55,000 contribution of the state. And if you look down below that, you see that there are 0 contributions. And so this as it says, there's no opportunity for mid-course correction, because the money you put in today, if it doesn't make it to the end, you have to go put in some more money, or the firemen and firefighters are out of luck because there's no income coming into that. If you'll turn with me to the other one that I put out, and this is the Wyoming Retirement Volunteer Firefighter EMT program. This is the one that shows how their funding goes and where they are over 30 years. And indeed you can see, and this is if the bill remains as it is. If the bill is passed as it is today, that's what this chart reflects. And if you go with me, you see, and again, this is not Fireman A, this is the folks in Fireman E, and this is where we're taking 40% of those premiums and putting those in Fireman A, to help Buster and help to make sure that that remains sound. And indeed, that puts that above the 120 and helps them become sound a few years earlier, but it's still pretty late in the game. So going to the same sections, you look over there and you see that there are the continuing contributions to the plan, the employee contributions, and you see the premium tax allocations. And you see that, again, like we talked about the other day, in 2034, the EMTs, if you go over to the third line from the left, you'll see the funded ratio. And you'll see that with the bills it is today, in 2034, they reach their 100% funding mark with the bill as it is today. If you go down to their 30-year, you see that even with the bill as it is today, in 30 years, they're at 159, almost 160% funded. So they're 60% over 100% funded with the bill as it is today. Now, if there's a market correction next year, these are all going to change. The only thing I can tell you is next year, these will be different than they are today. And so you want to have, that's why I say when you get out that 30-year thing, you want some buffer. You don't want to be at 100% in 30 years because you're dependent upon what the market does. And then in the middle, you have the ability, if something happens in Fireman A, we have the time to change it because they're still contributing to that. It's not a closed plan, it's still an open plan. You can change the employer contribution rate. You can change the employee contribution rate. And that was done recently in this plan. So the difference in this plan is there's time to make corrections in this plan. What we do today is the only thing that happens in Fireman A, and it's our best guess. And there's some amendments that come up later that we talk about that I think help resolve some of the issues with the fact that the actuaries may be well wrong on Fireman A. But so as you look at this bill, with the bills it is today, if you defeat this amendment, this is what the plan looks like. And the one I gave you, that it's at 30 years, it's 159, almost right at 160% fully funded. And it reaches 100%, which is where you want it to be, at least by year 30. It happens that happens in 2034, which it pushes it out like 8 years from where it would be with the amendments you have. If you adopt the amendment, it's funded earlier, but then you lower the amount and any margin for error in Fireman A. For those reasons, I think that we can maintain our commitment to both of these individuals with the bill that is today, because we have time to make adjustments, and we watch these very closely now because of the Fireman A situation. We watch these very closely now so that we watch those carefully, and if those trend lines change dramatically or substantially at all, we start to make mid-course corrections. We can direct monies back, we can make direct appropriations to the volunteer EMT firefighters. We have time and the ability to correct those. Now we can do the same thing in Fireman A, but the only solution to Fireman A is you have to deposit more money in that account. So on and against this bill because we're doing both. We're taking care of both our volunteer EMT firefighters and Fireman A with the bill as it is. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, I
President.
think you meant to say on and against the amendment. That's,
On and against the amendment,
Thank
with the
you.
bill as it is.
thank you. Any further discussion? Senator Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. President. So here's the problem. In 2015, the Wyoming legislature made a promise to the volunteer firefighters that if they'd raise their required contributions from $12.50 to $15, that the legislature would agree to increase the insurance premium contributions from 50% to 80%. And then again in 2019, the Wyoming legislature asked the volunteer firefighters to raise their contribution from $15 to $18.50. In exchange, the Wyoming legislature would increase that contribution from 80% to 100%. And now here it is 2 years later, and the Wyoming legislature wants to renege on their promise. We can do that. Is it the right thing to do? I don't believe so. This amendment, this compromise on the amendment, was actually brought to us by the volunteer firefighters. This is their proposal to fix it. It keeps them whole faster, and it takes care of Group A also. Now, Group A, the problems with Group A was not created by the volunteer firefighters. It was created by short-sightedness of the cities and the professional firefighters years ago. I don't believe it's fair to ask the volunteer firefighters to fix it, but they're willing to step up and do more than their part. I think it's time to support the firefighters, support this amendment, and it does a good job of covering both pension plans. It's a good compromise. On and for the amendment.
Further discussion? Chairman Perkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I take exception that their promise broken. Mr. President, thank you. Mr. President, I take exception there's a promise broken. The promise is in writing and it's in your bill. You can read the promise in your bill. The promise in your bill is on page 11, page 12 of the bill. And the promise was that up to 100%. It wasn't that 100% of that premium fund would go to those them forever. It would go 100%. It was up to 100%. How was the promise not kept when you look at this and they're fully funded? Remember our discussion yesterday about conflicts of interest, Mr. President? How what you did and what you did in this bill, regardless of where you were in volunteer firefighter, didn't have an effect. You weren't conflicted because it didn't change your benefit. Whether your benefit is 150% as a volunteer EMT firefighter, whether it reaches 100% funding in 2028, or whether it reaches 100% funding in 2034, you get the benefit you're entitled to. It doesn't change your benefit. There's no reason to say that you're breaking a promise when you're meeting the promise by adequately and fully funding a retirement that works into the future. So, Mr. Chairman, I am confused because I always thought the motto of the firefighter was, if one goes, we all go. And so I am confused that we have this rift between the retired firefighters in Fireman A and the volunteer firefighters and the EMTs. I didn't think it worked that way, but Mr. President, apparently I've been mistaken.
Further discussion? Further discussion? No, we've had the sponsor up a couple of times. No, sorry, my mistake. Senator Cooper. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand corrected on the language. If it says up to 100%, I was misled on that. The point of the whole thing is we need to make sure that whether we support this amendment or don't, we need to make sure that the Plan A firefighters are 100% funded. either way. This is a compromise brought to us by the volunteers. It's a good compromise. I think it's a good way to go. It's up to you folks to decide whether we want to support it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Kinski?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I hope this helps, and I'll look to my colleagues to correct me if I'm wrong, but the dollars either way don't change. What changes is when which fund becomes solvent sooner, okay? So a yes vote engenders it takes 9 years longer to become solvent. A no vote, it takes the volunteers 6 years longer to become solvent. The difference being the volunteers with that 6-year delay are solvent before the middle of the next decade. It pushes the fire plan A almost to the midpoint of the century. So and that's a reflection of the fact that A is so far underwater. And if we put money into it now with the time value, it grows and helps accelerate its healing. So I would join my chairman in urging a no vote on this to keep the bill as it is. Both plans will become solvent. It's only a matter of when. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further discussion? Do we want to go back to the original sponsor? Senator Cost?
I'll try to wrap this up in the best way I can wrap it up. First of all, if you look at column 10, and I know this is actuarial, so I understand the fact that it's not written in stone, but you have to understand that the actuarials are pretty sound in their calculation unless we have a major hit. And the good senator from Casper probably will disagree with me on that, but most of the time they're pretty accurate. 10, column 10, if you look at it and you look at column 13, you'll see how much needs to be paid out, and you'll see how much is in the account. So these are in thousands, but if you look, as soon as the contributions start coming in, the amount goes up significantly, and the amount that is being paid in benefit payments starts going down. Part of the reason it's going to go down is because some of these people don't want to sound morbid, but are elderly and will probably be deceased. So the number of 252 or so members will be going down. So the amount of money pulled out of this account will not be as much as it will be the other way. The odds of those having to go all the way to 2052 before it's extinguished is minimal. On the other side, we have the money that will be going back into the other one until they're at 100%. Not over 100, I don't believe. I believe the way that it's read, it's not over 100% funded, but 100%. You make the decision that best fits you. You make the decision that you feel in your heart is best for both. We can go ahead and say to heck with it. We're going to make the volunteer firemen go ahead and pay all the way. If that's the way you feel it is, fine. The volunteer firemen have stepped out and said, how about this plan? Because we'll delay it for 5 years till 28. And in 28, we'll put money in there and help them so they don't go down. I'll ask you, take it to your heart and make the decision that best fits you. Thank you.
Thank you. Question? Question being called. This is on third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 39. It involves finances, money. Roll call vote.
Third reading amendment number 1, Senate File 39. Roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman, conflict? Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? No. Cooper?
Aye.
Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? Aye. Kinski? No. Cole? No. Cost?
Aye.
Aye. Landon? No. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed on the amendment. 10 aye, 19 no, 1 conflict.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 1 of Senate File 39 has failed. There is another amendment. Reading clerk, read it in.
Senate File 39, third reading amendment number 2, page 8, lines 16 and 17, delete.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 39, ask the body's favorable consideration. Mr. President, this doesn't affect the plan or reimbursement in any way. It is the contemplation of what happens once the plan is effectively closed out, but under circumstances where there would still be funds left in the Fire A legislative reserve account that is created by it, and what would happen with those. And it is just an addition of language that says if there are those funds left over, it is distributed back pro rata based on the contribution made to the funds. In other words, the cities in the share that they contributed and the state in its portion of contribution based on their original contributions would be distributed back, which is appropriate for a fully closed fund. Again, this is after there are no liabilities left on the fund of any sort whatsoever. Nobody has any additional claim. It doesn't affect those claims in any way, to be very clear. So the operation of the fund is exactly as written right now, but there just doesn't happen to be anything in the bill about, all right, well, what happens if there's money left over? This is what would happen if there's money left over. It seems the most equitable solution. If it weren't third reading, we'd maybe have some time for other options, but I hope you'll support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Let's go back to Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, and let me see if I can illustrate why. We are going to provide $20 million interest-free loan to those entities. So let's just assume that we took that $20 million and we socked it away in the Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund. So if you take 20 million and you multiply it for 20 years and you just allowed it to sit there and compound at a 5% interest rate, that's $53 million. So the lost opportunity cost for us as the state is $33 million because we give a $20 million loan out there. So I think it only makes sense if there's anything that's left in that account that it would roll back into the general fund of the state of Wyoming. So right now we're looking at a $33 million opportunity cost here, and that's why it rolls back to the general fund of the state of Wyoming. On and against the amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Go back to the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would think that would be reasonable if it weren't for the fact that the state created every problem we're discussing. There was a suggestion earlier that the cities, towns, and counties, and actually the cities, I should say, had some influence on this outcome. You'll recall 7 short years ago, this chamber had the opportunity to solve this problem for $30-ish million. And we passed. And that was a bad deal. The legislature and the state, through the retirement system, created this entire problem, set all of the terms, negotiated all of the rates, negotiated and failed on every solution for 50 years. My city, which is on the hook for this, and I'm voting for this bill, didn't spend any time at that negotiation, did not choose the COLAs, did not set the conditions on this particular deal, but we have to solve the problem. So, were it in any way the city's responsibility that we are where we are, I would agree with the good senator from Carbon County. This legislature and the Wyoming retirement system entirely created all of the conflict that we're solving today, not our cities. And a lot of us represent these cities. Go back home and see how much negotiation authority they had in any of this. So we're at a circumstance where we're looking, we have to solve this problem. I'm an aye with or without the amendment, but the idea that we somehow are giving a good deal to the cities, we could have solved it for less than that opportunity cost 7 years ago if we'd taken the action at that point in time, Mr. President. On and for the amendment.
Okay, ready for the question? Question being called. It does have money or benefits involved, so Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 39. Roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? No. Whitman, conflict? Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? No. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Murphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? No. Cole? No. Cost? No. Landon? Aye. McCune? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? No. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? No. President Dockstader?
No.
No. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. On the amendment, 6 aye, 23 no, 1 conflict.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 39 has failed. Back on the bill. Ready for the question? Not quite. Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we're coming to the end, at least on this side of the building, of a long road. Those of us who've been involved with this all summer, or for months it seems, it's been an interesting story. Who's at fault? I don't quite think. And like so many times in this body, and I've said this a lot of times, you've heard me say it, and I'll say it again, I don't think anyone meant to do any harm. Matter of fact, just the opposite. Back at another time, when we had billion-dollar surpluses, thought came, why don't we give a COLA to these firefighters, these first responders? Why don't we bump up the amount that we give these folks? You know, we owe it to them. And so we did. Not really thinking of the ramifications 10, 20, 30 years down the road, or maybe what the ramifications would be if we weren't quite so flush. Probably should have in our boom and bust history, but we don't. Sometimes we forget. And I don't know how many cities and towns were sitting next to us saying, don't you do that when we did it. Or how many just said, yeah, that's not a bad idea, but that's not their fault either, or anyone else's. To those who voted, or those who thought we should have structured it differently, all I can say is we talked about every single thing that you've talked about today. And we shook out right where you've all shaken out too, with everyone having that little bit of skin in the game. And frankly, I think that's good, and I think that's why we need to support this. And to those of you who think that maybe we might not be actuarially sound enough to taking care of the current firefighters, Mr. President, I would tell you that when we pass this vote, and I surely hope we do, Send that as a message out to every firefighter. Send that as a message out to every EMT. And the people who we fund that program to, we fund that program because they're volunteers and that we'll be there for them. And then another group at another time, 30 years from now, are going to be there for them as well, because that's what we do. On and forth. Thank you, Mr. President.
Let's go to Senator Baldwin, and then I believe it was Senator Kinski was right behind you. Go ahead, Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to make a couple comments here. Number one, in regard to a comment from our good chair of appropriations, that if one goes, we all go. I hated that movie. And Hollywood does a terrible job with firefighters. There's only one or two exceptions. It's true in that we all stand together. Not every day, but often I stand elbow to elbow with paid firefighters, with my volunteers. I come from a position, I was one of those paid firefighters. That's what I used to do. And I'm getting emails, phone calls, etc., from both those firefighters that are on Plan A and firefighters' widows that I fought fire with. We need to support this bill. We do owe that to them. I would never turn down this bill. I think the compromises would have been good, but in no case would I oppose this bill, because I think it's important. But I would tell you that that doesn't change the stance of firefighters, paid, volunteer, whatever we may be. We're a brotherhood. Men and women, we're going to stand side by side. When you call us, you know, whether you wreck on your way home from here, whether your home catches on fire, somebody's going to be there. It's what we do. So I would encourage everyone to support the bill. I think it's important in showing our support, excuse me, for our firefighters. But we do stand together. But don't ever watch that movie. It sucks.
Thank you for your counsel, Senator. Senator Kinski?
Mr. Chairman, I would echo the remarks of my good friend, the physician's assistant, because in our county, we're blessed with volunteers and full-time paid departments, and they all work together and they all have each other's backs, notwithstanding jokes they may make. But speaking of jokes, and speaking of spending a year with actuaries, did you hear the one about the guy who became a CPA because they said he had too much personality, become an actuary? So the cost of this hurts. This is a big bullet to bite down on. $55 million, that interest-free loan. The state and the cities made a promise, and the kind of promise they would never make today. This was back in 1935 when they really didn't understand what we understand now about how to properly design a pension plan. But having done it, we're stuck with it, and it's our obligation to fix it. If we don't fix it this year and we have to come back next year, it'll cost us another $10 million. So I'd urge an affirmative vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Wasserberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. On and in favor of the bill, and having served on the Wyoming Retirement Board as the Senate liaison with my good friend from Laramie County, this is their biggest issue, and we have the opportunity to solve that with this bill. I think that all the old war stories that we lived through since 2014, essentially, it's in the past and it's time to move on. And I ask you to vote aye for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Further discussion? Are you ready for the question? Question being called. Senate File 39, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? The chief clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, Senate File 39. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman, conflict? Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Murphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McCune? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 39, 28 aye, 1 no, 1 conflict.
Senate File 39, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 39 has passed the Senate. Next bill up for consideration, Senate File 40, with reading clerk read it in.
Senate File 40, Criminal Record Dissemination Military Department, sponsored by the Transportation Committee, an act relating to criminal procedure.
Thank you. There is an amendment.
Senate File 40, third reading amendment number 1, page 2, line 6, delete.
Start with the amendment, Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 40 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good senators, what this does, it just provides, it's a clarifying amendment, still authorizes the same types of access to law enforcement information, but in a way that actually is consistent with how they operate. Criminal history and background does not provide a list of police investigations or any kind of closed investigations. It's just your criminal history report. So if the military department wants to go find police investigations that are closed, they have to go to those local law enforcement agencies, and it just makes sure that that's clarified in the law, and that they have the authority to do that and access that information. Happy to stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration.
Questions on third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 40? Let's go to Chairman Landon.
Mr. President, thank you. I hope you'll support the amendment. To quote the legal counsel over at our military department, Senator Nethercott has a way of making our bills better. I have really appreciated working with the chairman of Judiciary over the last couple of days on this issue, and her knowledge of procedures within the law and how the law works has really helped us on this one. And so I hope you'll support the amendment and support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? No further discussion. Question on the amendment. All in favor of third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 40, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The amendment has passed. Third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 40 has passed. We are back on the bill, Senate File 40. Question on the bill. Okay. Question being called. Chief Clerk, call the roll. Senate File 40 having been read 3 separate times, the question is, will the bill pass? That has already been called for. The Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, Senate File 40. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? Aye. Case?
Aye.
Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? Aye. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon?
Aye.
Aye. McCune? Aye. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? Aye. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote to close, Senate File 40, 30 aye.
Senate File 40 having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 40 has passed the Senate. Next bill up for our consideration, Senate File 67. Reading clerk, read it in.
Senate File 67, state-funded capital construction, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee, an act relating to state-funded capital construction.
Thank you. There are amendments. Let's start with the first one. Read it in.
Senate File 67, third reading amendment number 1, page 10, line 24, after.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 67 and would ask for this body's favorable consideration. Colleagues, I've really grappled with how we handle appropriating dollars to fund capital construction projects at the University of Wyoming. Looking at the information that our Appropriations Committee, and I do appreciate this, provided us about the actual cost of the pool, of the stands, and of the law school, I am concerned about appropriating $50 million for projects that even with a one-to-one match, the price tag exceeds that. I think, as a legislature, we need to start being a little bit more strategic with how we tackle CapCon at the University of Wyoming. And personally, I'd rather see us take them project by project, make sure they're fully funded, make sure we're monitoring progress so that they're being completed well. And my concerns aren't unfounded. Mr. President, I'm a huge University of Wyoming fan. I regularly take my family to watch basketball games, and I can't tell you how disappointed I am every time I walk into the arena auditorium and I see a project that was to be constructed in 2 phases, but phase 2 started running out of money, and so the project was never completed as intended. And so as I sit there in the brand new seats in the lower bowl, I look at the seats in the upper bowl that are old and dingy. I look at areas that were supposed to be more grand as they were promised, but aren't. And so we need to start learning from those, unfortunate instances of our past. So what this amendment does, Mr. President, would fully fund the law school. And I think we also need to acknowledge that the vast majority of our budget comes from the oil and gas and coal industries and has for a long, long time. And so this appropriation would also require that new renovation of the law school include a 3-foot by 5-foot plaque that could be placed anywhere on that addition, leaving it up to the trustees. But just reminding folks that this appropriation was made by the state of Wyoming and in large part made possible by Wyoming's energy industry. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I know this is not going to be popular among some of our appropriators, but I just felt it was worth expressing my concern about how we're tackling these projects, writing a check for $50 million and not really having a handle on what the priority is for the 3 projects that are laid out in the CapCon bill. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Senator Perkins.
Mr. President, on and against the amendment. Obviously, what you do, if you do the simple math, if you take the $50 million and subtract the $28 million, obviously you've done away with the match. And any matching requirement that the university go out and raise money to do the law school. I know they have raised some funds already private funds already towards the law school, but not enough to cover their half yet. The other thing that happens, obviously, is if you again just talking, and I kind of like the idea of the plaque. Actually, that's the one part of the amendment I do like, but it comes at a $28 million price tag. I'm not so sure I like that plaque. But again, what it does with the amendment, and it leaves all of $22 million left to do what we know is a $70 million project. The university has been building and constructing things on that campus for a long time. That campus is, since I went there and graduated from law school there, that campus has dramatically changed as you go across it, in large part to the matching and the effort and the formulas that we've done in this state. It's a university that's changed its face, and we're not done yet. There's a lot of work left to be done there, but obviously removing the match and leaving $22 million to do a $70 million project exacerbates the issue, doesn't assist it. It also, Mr. President, it also puts us back to that point that again, what we've done here, try to fashion a way forward for this for both houses, and by letting the trustees make those priority decisions. And I would hope that they would take the counsel that we've often saying that before you start to build the house, you count its cost, and that they would do that before they begin the projects. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ready for the question then?
Question?
Chief Clerk will call the roll. It involves finances and money.
Third reading amendment number 1, Senate File 67, roll call. Anderson. I. Baldwin. I. Whitman. I. Boner. I. Bouchard. I. Case. No. Cooper. I. Driscoll. No. Ellis. I. French. No. Furphy. No. Guru. No. Hicks. No. Hutchings. No. James. I. Kinski. No. Cole. No. Cost. No. Landon. No. McCune. No. Nethercott. No. Pappas. No. Perkins. No. Rothfuss. No. Salazar. I. Schuler. No. Scott. No. Steinmetz. No. Wasserberger. No. President Dockstader. No. Baldwin, aye to no. Cooper, aye to no. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed on the amendment, 7 aye, 23 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 1 to Senate File 67 has failed. There's another amendment. Reading clerk, read it in.
Senate File 67, third reading amendment number 2, page 10, line 20, under.
Senator Anderson, there you go.
Mr. President, I would move third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 67 and encourage you to vote yes. The University of Wyoming, I'd like to go over just a little bit. The University of Wyoming started in 1886. It is our only four-year institution. We have we are a part of the NCAA Double Division I Mountain West. We have 41 degree certificates to distance learners. That means all over the state. We have 9 outreach schools that try to go all over the state. And there's 14,000 students at the university. It is a first-class university. The problems that we have, and we've been talking about for as long as I've been in the Senate, is the Corbett Pool and the War Memorial West Stands. There's beginning to get underlying riffle from the citizens about both. The West Stands are a third world construction. They are awful. The restrooms are awful. The one rancher told me he's embarrassed to even go in there, but his biggest problem and ours is that we have people from all over the United States come to our War Memorial Stadium and they use those facilities. It is not representative of our university. So between the pool, it was built too small in the first place, and that happens with all the pools in Wyoming. The only Olympic pool we have in Wyoming is in Gillette, and they have Olympic events and national events and collegiate events because they have an Olympic pool, the only one in Wyoming. I was in on that pool also. We need the University of Wyoming to have that so they can have events for their university competitors. So the second motion today is that we change that 50 million to 100 million. That would finance the Corbett Pool, which is 40 million, the West Stands, which is 55 million, and the law school at 28 million already has major donors, and there's major donors in this state that can contribute to that. But I've been told there aren't any rich swimmers that have graduated from there that can contribute to the pool operation. And they have not been successful yet getting a West Stands contributor. So I want to put in 100 million, and I'll leave it up to the trustees to decide where they're going to spend it, because they are going to have some money coming in for the law school. So all it does is change the 50 million to 100 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion on this, Senator Hicks?
Yeah, Mr. President and members of the body, on and against the amendment. So if you look at this amendment, what it does is it goes in and it takes another $50 million out of the strategic investment and project count. But guess what? That account's already expended. And so when that happens, what happens is we go back and to balance the end of the day, we'll have the budget balancer that comes out. So when we overspend, it comes out of your LSRA. So let's reckon back to the discussion that we had earlier about what effect does this to have the state of Wyoming. So we've tried to hold a flat budget. And so we brought you out there. So I would ask the sponsor is, if the money is not coming out of SIPA, it's actually probably going to come out of the LSRA. If it comes out of the LSRA, what's that lost opportunity cost associated with that? Well, let's just assume that we put that money away, because you have a couple alternatives here if you wanted to do that. You could actually pull that out of the LSRA, which reduces the amount of money that we have in there that we use when we have an economic downturn. So if we draw that down and we have an economic downturn, that drives you to potential tax increases in the state of Wyoming. Or you can go into the budget and you can pull part of that money that we've got going towards your permanent funds out. So currently in the budget, and you'll see it, there's $75 million in there into the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, $75 million into the Common School Permanent Lands Fund. So let's just take it out of one of those and put it over at the University of Wyoming. So if we do that, let me just show you what that would do. So if we took the additional $50 million out, it's currently going into your permanent funds, which generate about 5% a year. We did that for 5 years. That's $14 million lost opportunity cost that would have been in that permanent fund. You do it for 10 years, it's $31 million. You know, maybe if we just invested that money and got some returns on the dollar, we could actually help fund some more construction around the state of Wyoming. But you really have two choices. You either take it out of your savings account or you take it out of your permanent corpuses. I think there's an adequate amount of money in there to try to keep a budget flat, to try to invest some for the future intergenerational equity that this will generate revenues into the future. So maybe for some future legislature, we'll have a windfall and income due to their dividends and earnings and can fund more buildings. And so on and against the amendment.
Senator Landon and then Senator Kinski.
Mr. President, thank you. I wasn't going to rise, but it won't be of any surprise to the Vice President that I do rise, because he received a memo about this big about a month ago, and he knows full well that this is one of the areas that I thought was a big priority for us. I just want to comment with regard to investment, investing in permanent funds or investing in whatever. I'm not sure there's a whole bunch of people left in here who have voted more times to put money in the permanent funds. It's one of the things that someday when I saddle up and ride west, I'll feel very proud about, because I think we had 1.6 billion when I first got here in the permanent funds. And where do we sit now? I think it's 9, isn't it? 9 billion? 8, 9 billion? Very proud of that. And I think it's appropriate. The next 2 generations, next 3 generations are going to benefit from that. So let's come back and talk about, what about this generation? What about the people who have gone through the last couple of years and gone through the last 5 or 10 years? Because remember, we've been in the down spiral, cut spiral since 2015. And by the way, these projects that we're talking about in this amendment were there in 2015 as well. And we could have wiped out 2 of them for about 30 million. Now we're looking at 75, 80 million. So when we talk about investment, Mr. President, what about investing now? So that 2 or 3 years from now, we're not talking about these 2 projects that have been there that long, and we'll be talking 100 million, because that's what's happening to construction costs out across. I know a little bit about that because of what I've done on your behalf, Mr. President, to serve on the SBC, to serve on school construction. What about all the jobs that these create, by the way? As we invest in this, talk to your construction companies and see how they feel about some of these capital construction projects. Boy, do they benefit our state. you know, this still isn't enough. We've undershot the runway here on behalf of that university. And I'm going to support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
I think we had Senator Kinski. You want to, while he talks, let's go over here to Senator Colvin, then to Senator Boner. Senator Colvin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I was taught a long time ago, you're not going to spend your way into prosperity. That's just not going to happen. I mean, I support a university, support community colleges. I always believed the goal of the legislative body was to save money for the purposes of having enough revenue in the future off the interest. And as soon as we start spending it on things because, well, we can, we won't have it for the future. And as previously spoken, that compounds every single year, kind of how the Fireman Aid program kind of went the way it went. And that's what happens if you misappropriate on things that you think you can spend money on. And I think it's a philosophical decision. If we want to just throw that in one basket and have a brand new, I guess, really beautiful pool and throw away our future for education, that we need money, that we obviously lack funding on for the future, these are all things that are going to hurt us. And I know it's not a fun thing. It's kind of like putting in sewer pipes. Nobody cares. But when you put investments in the state of Wyoming, you preserve the state of Wyoming. And I think that's what I certainly stand for that. And on and against the amendment, and I urge my co-senators to support that position. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On against the amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that we've come to a good spot, a good compromise, it seems, with the methodology our Appropriations Committee has taken. We've certainly been involved in Committee number 5 in recent years, looking at the University of the College of Agriculture. And one impression I was given, and I say this as a proud alum of that university, was almost this sense of building envy on that campus, where if you don't have the best, absolutely newest building, somehow the university and the state didn't value you. I think we have to do our part to change that mentality and focus on the instruction happening in those buildings, not just the buildings themselves. This is a step in the right direction. I also happen to have achieved a postgraduate degree from another institution in another state, just to our east. They happen to have raised $80 million or so in recent years, exclusively in private funds for a building that is academic in nature, completely just an academic building, $80 million, all private funds. I think that's a destination that's worth traveling towards. I think that's a goal worth having. Transition away from the times when we had more money that we knew what to do with, and the university became dependent exclusively on this institution for their building projects. The $50 million is a step in the right direction to make sure that they are independent. They don't have to come to the legislature each and every time they want to build a building and raise the funds for it. Let's not take a step backwards by supporting this amendment on and against.
Let's, we owe Senator Kinski from earlier, and then we're going to come up to you, Senator Furphy. Go ahead, Senator Kinski.
Well, this goes back 3 years. These negotiations are hard fought. As a committee, we told the university we would not give them a dime more than $25 million. That's what we said. Not more than $30 million, that's it. We told them, we're drawing a line in the sand. We won't give you anything more than $35 million. We mean it. Absolutely nothing more than $50 million. So we've just kind of been on a slippery slope. 50 million is where we ended up. I heard an absolute commitment for the university because of the inflation and the cost, because it's gone so long, a commitment that they would try to raise the rest of the money. They think it's going to be 125 million, but they made a commitment that they would raise the rest. And I think we need to hold them to that and see if they can do it. And I think there are some well-heeled folks out there that want to see the university do well. We've done well in challenge granting the university and all sorts of other people say, you know, this will get you started, you go raise the rest. And so that's where we are. Let's hold them to their word that they'll make a solid effort to go out and raise the difference and won't be back for more. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment. Senator Landon, for your second time, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, I I greatly appreciate the debate, good points made. And I, for one, have always been pretty adamant about supporting the position of our appropriators and honor the work they do. Let's keep in mind, this is still a match. And let's keep in mind that we're not going to bust the bank here. We're actually going to ride out of here, Mr. President, with the LSRA at a better balance than when we started. It's going to be about 200 million more than what we're sitting at right now. So we're okay. We're still putting $75 million into the permanent funds on one side and $75 million into the permanent funds on the other side. To me, that's being pretty doggone fiscally conservative. I disagree a little bit with my good friend from just downriver. If you cannot compete to get students to your university, it really doesn't matter how much you're striving to do inside the classroom. You've got to be competitive. And at a much smaller scale, I used to go in and visit with a president at a college, and I would have some proposal as to how we could do something a little bit better. And he would say, oh, we can't do that, Mr. President. He'd say, you know, we just can't step up and do that. And I'd say, well, that's fine. It's okay. We're either going to be competitive or we're not. And I say we be competitive. Let's step this thing up a little bit and support the university. Thank you.
Senator Steinmetz?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to bring us home and push back a little bit on that previous statement about busting the bank, because looking at the future and being the newest member on the Appropriations Committee, I am concerned about that because our Department of Corrections and Department of Health, we have had ARPA funding going into those budgets, and those are two of the biggest budgets in our state. And so when we come back onto the general fund with those budgets, we could see shortfalls again, and we still do have some structural problems in K-12. So just because we're a little bit flush right now and we've got a ARPA direct bill that, you know, has $129 million that still isn't spent, that doesn't mean that we're so flush that we can take on some of these larger expenditures like this one. So I would urge you to vote this amendment down and stick with the Senate appropriations figure and just say no. Just say no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anyone else? All right. On the amendment, third reading amendment number 2. Oh, sorry. We should come back to the sponsor.
Yes, you should, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, the senator from, from Bitter Creek, he feels that the government his job is to save money. I think the job we have is to balance the budget. I don't believe the government is supposed to save money. That's not their primary job. I don't think that's primary. However, since the last 50 years, we've been saving money and doing a good job with that. All states don't do that. Many of the oil-rich ones do, but all of them don't do that. They just try the best to balance their budget. This money would be used for Wyoming kids, because Wyoming kids can swim. Some of them can't play basketball. Some of them can't play football, but all of them can swim. So this money is for Wyoming kids. The West Stands is for Wyoming citizens. Wyoming citizens are using those West Stands and not appreciating one bit how we have funded them. So this extra $50 million could be used for Wyoming kids and Wyoming citizens. I appreciate the interest-carrying senator from Little Snake River on his calculations of how much money we can make by saving money. That approach could be used for any one of our spending bills, and I'll use it in the future for some of the other bills, because each 20 million could be used that same way, or 50 million, or 100 million, or some really big money, maybe. We could make a lot of interest off that. So that is a argument for every appropriation we have. So with that, let's do this for Wyoming kids and the Wyoming citizens. Let's put some money into something they can use. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. All right, ready for the question? Question on third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 67. It involves money, so please call the roll, Chief Clerk.
Third reading amendment number 2, Senate File 67, roll call. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? No. Bouchard? No. Case? No. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? No. Ellis? No. French? No. Furphy? Aye. Guru? No. Hicks? No. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinsky? No. Kolb? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? No. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? No. Closing vote? Closing vote closed. Second reading amendment, 10 aye, 20 no. Excuse me, third reading amendment, number 2, 10 aye, 20 no.
By your vote, third reading amendment number 2 to Senate File 67 has failed the Senate. We're back on the bill now. Any further discussion on the bill? You ready for the question? Question being called. Are you up? Senator Landon, are you up? Oh, okay, all right. All right. Question being called. Senate File 67, having been read 3 separate times, the question is, shall the bill pass? Chief Clerk will call the roll.
Third reading roll call, Senate File 67. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Whitman? No. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? Aye. Driscoll? Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? Aye. James? No. Kinsky? Aye. Kolb? Aye. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Nethercott? No. Pappas? Aye. Perkins? Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? No. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Aye. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstader? Aye. French? Aye to no. Hutchings? Aye to no. Kolb? Aye to no. Closing vote. Closing vote closed. Senate File 67, 20 aye, 10 no.
Senate File 67, having received the affirmative vote of the majority of the members elected to the Senate, Senate File 67 has passed the Senate. Let's go to Senator Salazar. Did you have something? Okay. I can wait a minute. Okay.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 12-10, having voted on the prevailing side, I move for immediate reconsideration of the vote for the introduction of Senate File 106, Wyoming Stable Token Act.
Okay. We'll take two votes, as I understand it then, one for reconsideration and one on the actual bill. This is on the reconsideration vote. Chief Clerk, call the roll. Yeah. Sure. Senator Salazar, would you would you repeat the whole bill title as well?
Absolutely, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 12-10, having voted on the prevailing side, I move for immediate reconsideration of the vote for introduction of Senate File 106, Wyoming Stable Token Act.
Okay. Without objection then, we will, go ahead.
Mr. President, just a point of order. Is this is a, if I understand this, this is an attempt to re-vote on a vote of introduction, is that correct?
Correct.
And so just my point of order would be, my recollection was that this was ordered and referred to a committee. Is it still within the well if it's been referred to a committee?
Yeah,
What's that?
it didn't go to a
Oh,
committee.
we killed it, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Wondering if you knew something I didn't. Okay.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Chief Clerk, call the roll.
For reconsideration, Senate File 106. Anderson? Aye. Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins?
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. President Dockstetter?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. For reconsideration, 22 aye, 8 no.
Okay, by your vote, you have voted to reconsider. So now we'll go back on to the bill. And unless we have anyone that'd like to address it, we'll go straight to the vote. Okay.
Yes.
All right, Chief Clerk, call the roll. Senate File 106, Wyoming Stable Token Account.
Introductory vote, Senate File 106. Anderson? Baldwin? Aye. Beitman? Aye. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Case? Aye. Cooper? No. Driscoll?
Aye.
Aye. Ellis? Aye. French? Aye. Furphy? Aye. Guru? Aye. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. James? No. Kinski? Aye. Kolb? No. Cost? Aye. Landon? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? Aye. Pappas? Aye. Perkins?
Aye.
Aye. Rothfuss? Aye. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? Aye. Scott? No. Steinmetz? No. Wasserberger? Aye. Anderson? Aye. President Dockstetter?
Aye.
Aye. Closing vote? Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 106, 22 aye, 8 no.
By your vote, Senate File 106, Wyoming Stabilization Token Account has passed introduction. Yeah. Committee, Senate File 106 is assigned to Committee Number 9, Minerals. That brings us to bills on general file. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself into committee of the whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Vote carries. Senator Anderson, the Senate is in your good hands. Ellen?
Did he take my script and everything?
Memory.
Yeah, you
I will get you.
Okay, the break's over. Committee of the whole, will please come to order. Will you come to order? Oh, I guess that's a no. Now that you've come to order, first bill for our consideration is Senate File 98. The reading clerk will please read Senate File 98.
Senate File 98, Federal Emergency COVID-19 Relief Funding Limitations, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee, was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Grew, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee whole rise and report it. Do so with the due pass recommendation on Senate File 98, Federal Emergency COVID-19 Relief Funding Limitations, and ask the body to vote do pass or in favor of it. So again, what this bill, we did a little introduction on this bill just a day or so ago. If you go through it very quickly, you have what you have is just a little finding that for whatever reason, if the legislature does not enact further legislation, appropriate federal funds from the American Rescue Plan Act or the CARES Act for the period beginning September 21 and ending March 26, 2022. The governor is authorized to do, under the terms of the academic programs as specified, to expend these funds. And so the first part of this is Section 5. You're mostly dealing with the CARES Act. Those expenditures have to be done by March 26th. This bill, just checking in with staff last night, there's maybe $5 or $6 million of CARES Act out of the $1.2 billion left. And so some of it hasn't been expended or won't be expended by that time. This allows them to simply come back and they expend it into other programs that have been authorized in which they can expend that CARES Act money. So it's basically a cleanup of CARES Act. The next, as you go to page 5, again, now we're talking about after March 26, 2022, the legislature takes appropriations from the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA as we've been calling it, shall not be revised, changed, or redistributed or increased by the governor except through legislative enactment. So it just puts restrictions so when we leave here and additional money comes in, the governor does not have carte blanche. Now, in recognition that the governor needs some flexibility and COVID and relief, a year ago, Mr. Chairman, we thought we were on our way out of COVID. Cases were declining, and then the Omicron virus hit, and here we had another spike through the next year. We don't know what the next year will bring, and because there's other issues out there, Section 2 authorizes the governor, since we restricted all of his other spending, this authorizes the governor to spend up to $50 million the Office of Governor for doing those types of emergency relief programs and other items to deal with COVID relief, consistent with the terms of the American Rescue Plan Act. And then if he does that, then all those have to be reported through the B11 process so that the legislature can monitor what he does. And just for the body's edification, there's times, most of those B11s go through, but there's time from time to time that if B11 comes up, he has to give a few days notice except for a dire emergency. And there's times that it gives us an opportunity to call the governor's office and visit, and then sometimes he does not do the B11s after he's consulted with various members of the body about certain things. So that is not just a meaningless conversion there. And so then, all right, we have Section 3 that obviously we don't want to impair contracts. That would violate the Constitution. That guarantees that this act does not violate the Constitution and can't be used to impair an existing contract. So otherwise improved. That's all this bill does. There is an overlap. You'll see a similar provision in the budget bill about some government spending. It does need to be in both. As this goes through the body, we'll make sure that we take care of that. This is just a little bit of a belt and suspenders in that regard to make sure that there is flexibility in the case that there's another flare-up of another variant or other issue related to COVID. So with that, I stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration of the bill.
Questions? Questions on the bill? Hearing none, sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion to adopt the bill. Oh, which one's that? Oh, my goodness. Oh. Still isn't in there. All right. All those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, they do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 98, please say aye. Those opposed, same sign. That Senate File 98 passes. The next bill to come before you is Senate File 46. Would the reading clerk please read that in? Hey.
Senate File 46, Solid Waste Cease and Transfer Program Funding, sponsored by the Minerals Committee, an act relating to the prioritization of municipal solid waste facilities cease and transfer projects, was referred to Committee Number 9, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Beitman, Cooper, Rothfuss, and Wasserberger. Senator Anderson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill? You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Rothfuss.
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 46, Solid Waste Cease and Transfer Program funding, and yield to the floor sponsor, the good Senator Cooper, for an explanation.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So today we're going to discuss everybody's favorite municipal waste, Senate File 46. Way back in December of 2013, the legislature approved Enrolled Act 24 for the amount of $96,246,800 for the closure or transfer of, I believe it was 90 some projects dealing with municipal waste. Today, we have 19 projects on our list. 8 of them are transfer, 11 of them are closures, with a total amount of $31,281,000. With that said, that's pretty much the bill. It's our annual cleanup of this project, and we're ready to move forward with it.
Thank you, Senator Cooper. Are there any questions? Any questions, comments, or, sorry, I can't hear you, see you over there very well. Question's been called. Though, all those in favor of Senator Rothfuss' motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 46, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. That Senate File 46 passes. Next Senate file to come before you is Senate File 38. Senate File 38. And the reader wants to read it. As it turns out, he wants to read it.
Senate File 38, Monthly Ad Valorem Tax Revision, sponsored by the Revenue Committee, an act relating to ad valorem taxation of mineral production, was referred to Committee Number 3, Revenue, to return to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Baldwin, Case, Pappas, and Schuler. No Senator James. Senator Case, Chairman.
You heard reading the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, point of order. That should have been re-referred to appropriations. Does it have a re-referral on the bill jacket? Let's get it in appropriations. There should be a report from appropriations of some sort.
Let's read that in from the appropriations. Somebody might want to tell them that they're on cue here.
My apologies. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes Senators Guru, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
So, Senator Case, you still want to talk about it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make sure, I apologize, but I did not hear that I'd asked for it to be referred to appropriation, I didn't hear the report. But I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report that it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 38, monthly ad valorem. Mr. Chairman, this is the third bill trying to get us to the final arrangement where we are going to put ad valorem taxes on the same basis as the collection of severance taxes. It's really it's a 13-year transition, and it involves the goodwill of our taxpayers and our county people in this state to work the transition through. What it does is basically everybody pays a little bit more, and in several years we actually end up where we are currently. So for in the beginning, Mr. Chairman, the problem is that there is a cash flow problem because counties are actually getting a little less revenue. That's a little less mineral taxes that would be distributed to all the local government entities, especially our school districts. So, Mr. Chairman, part of this bill is to arrange for loans. It follows on a loan amount in the previous bill from last year. It adds another, I believe it's $9 million, Mr. Chairman. I don't have the bill in front of me, but and what that is, no interest loans from the treasurer's office to our counties for cash flow purposes. The one thing I can tell you is that everybody's worked really hard on this bill. County commissioners, county assessors, county treasurers, and our mineral industry. They have all come to the table and made it possible for us to shift the collection of ad valorem taxes to a monthly basis. Mr. Chairman, I think I pointed out upon the introduction of this bill, when we made that original transition with respect to severance taxes, shifted that to a current and monthly basis, we literally forgave a full year of tax payments at that time. That was way before I was in the legislature, but this is a way where we're actually able to move from the delayed cycle of property value to a current cycle, very similar to the way we collect severance fees, and do it without losing any money. And it just speaks to the high commitment that our mineral industry has to the state of Wyoming, the high caliber of our county officials, and the good work of this legislature. So with that, I commend it to you. I'll do my best to answer any questions. I know that Appropriations took a look at it, and be happy to have their thoughts too.
Senate File 38. Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a good little bill. We've worked on this for several years. We knew it wasn't right. Addition, we had a change in leadership at the Department of Revenue and a delay on the implementation. And Mr. Chairman, just, on the floor here, a lot of times we get frustrated with the members in the state government that do these things. And the new director and her staff did a heavy lift on this to get it ready. They've coordinated with your county treasurers and a lot of your county commissioners to get this. We think we finally got this thing. It looks like it's coming into where we always intended it. There's an appropriation of $3 million in that. Just so you know what that is, there's some delay that in cities and that the county operations in there, that there's a delay in collecting some of that money as we do this switchover. And we actually had to increase that a little bit from where we were last year, because in order to make this happen, we had to push back the implementation just a little bit, which this bill does. And because of that, there's a loss of revenue to counties on the distribution. And so this joins, there's already 16 million in this. To make this really work, we need this other 3 million to make sure that the counties, as they move forward, don't get caught in this transition, and which reflects on their ability to provide services as well as school finance. So urge your support of the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments? Other comments before we go back to the maker? Senator Case.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't mean to cut off any comments. We can talk about this bill, but there is a standing committee amendment. When you're ready, we can take that up.
Senate File 38, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 6, line 17, delete.
I think so.
So, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I would move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 38. And once again, it's like I've been floored working on this bill by the high caliber of the folks that we work with in the mineral industry. They actually came forward and said, some of us want to just pay it early. We want to just pay it off. And it's not clear in the bill that we can do that. So that's what this amendment does. It says, nothing in this subsection shall prohibit a taxpayer from voluntarily remitting to the counties the remaining balance of deferred taxes without penalty. Wow. They just want to pay it off. Some of them do, and they want it to be clear that they can do that. What a great state we live in.
Question has been called on the amendment, the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1. All those in favor of Senator Case's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 38, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. That standing committee amendment passes the committee of the whole. On to the bill.
Question?
Is there any other comments on the bill? No other comments on the bill? Sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor of Senator Case's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 38, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. That motion squeaks by, has passed the committee of the whole. I've said that right that time. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 8. Would you please read, would the reading clerk please read that in, please?
Senate File 8, Weed and Pest Reorganization, an act relating to weed and pest control, sponsored by the Agriculture Committee, was referred
I'm giving that back to you. I got one.
to Committee Number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Boner, Bouchard, French, Costa, and Wasserberger. Senator Boner, Chairman. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Guru, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
Let's go ahead and read that standing committee amendment in also.
Senate File 8, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 4, delete.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Boner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with a favorable recommendation as Senate File 8. For the explanation of the bill, I refer to our committee member from PAL, and of course, we have a good input from our Appropriations Committee as well. But first, for explanation of the bill, I refer to my colleague to my left here.
Senator Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think at this time it would be best for the appropriations to go ahead and read their part, their amendments. If you're okay with that, and then I will cover the whole thing.
That Senate Standing Committee Amendment has been read in. Senate Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, Senator Perkins.
Mike?
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 8 and ask the body to vote no. Mr. Chairman, we looked at this, and after we pass this amendment, there's something that's not quite right with it. We've got a Standing Committee Amendment, or excuse me, a Committee of the Whole Amendment later on that comes back and finishes this. Mr. Chairman, you can't withdraw a Standing Committee amendment, so we just need to move it and just urge you to vote no. If you've got questions on it, let me know, but other than that, just please vote no on this Standing Committee amendment.
No other comments on the Standing Committee Amendment? Okay, all right. You are ready for the question. All those in favor of the motion of Senator Perkins to adopt Standing Committee Amendment of the whole Number 1 to Senate File 8, please say aye. Okay. And opposed? No.
No.
It's close. I might have to have a standing. Okay, we defeated that. That went down in defeat. Are we ready for the next? There isn't another one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Perkins, I guess. Cost, would you like to present the bill, or are you presenting the Committee of the Whole Amendment?
Well, neither right now. I thought I would you want me to present the bill? Okay, we'll get this all straightened out before midnight.
Okay, no, I can push these buttons.
No, it's all right. I'll present Amendment 1 and then Committee of the Whole Amendment 2.
Okay.
So the bill,
Okay.
Senate File 0008, weed and pest reorganization. What this bill does is it reorganizes and transfers the weed and pest from the state lands and public investments over to the Department of Agriculture. The purpose for this is, first of all, the Department of Agriculture is taking care of other weed and pest programs, and this has a smoother continuity, and we will also hope that the budget remains a little bit more intact, because the budget on cuts last year had the amount of money appropriated to the weed and pest from the state lands down to zero. We are, if you look on page 2 of the bill, you will notice that we are asking for rules adopted to be provided for the weed and pest from the Department of Agriculture. And then we're also asking for lands belonging or under the control of the state of Wyoming. The director shall coordinate with the Department of Agriculture regarding weeds and pest control in the efforts to keep this down, and for the Department of Agriculture to manage the Wyoming weed and pest control in those areas. When we get over to page 3, it's necessary for us to have the standing committee amendment read in, and page 4 has pretty much the end of the bill. And the effective date is July 1 of 22. So unless there's any questions, I'll have standing committee amendment 1 from appropriations read in. No, not read in,
Wrong.
I'm sorry.
You mean the committee of the whole amendment read in?
Committee of the whole.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Let me see if I can get the right part.
Senate File 8, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 5, in.
Senator Perkins, would you like to speak on committee of the
you,
whole number
Thank-
1?
Sure, I would love to, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 8 and ask the body to vote aye. Mr. Chairman, as we talked about this and we looked at this bill last night on the re-referral, you know, if you go to page 3, lines 13 through 16 and so forth, you see that what there we used to appropriate somewhere in the neighborhood of 500,000, spend as high as $750,000 for weed and pest control on state lands. So the Office of State Lands is control of, between the school lands and the other state lands, about between 5 and 6 million acres or so out across the state. And it's important that obviously you've got to take care of weed and pest. Those are interspersed among private lands and federal lands and everything else. Obviously, the state has an obligation, and it assists with that obligation because it puts on many of its lessees and other users part of the obligation to maintain the weeds and things like that on those lands. But what happens with this is that the $300,000 that you see that talks about transferring over there's not $300,000 there because it was turned back in either the step 2 or the step 3 cuts last year. So without that, there is zero money allocated for the state to maintain the pest and weed control on its state lands. And so that brings us to the amendment. What the amendment does, and so about right now the state lands are split about 86% of those state lands are school lands, and about 14% of those are other state trust lands or other lands. And so what you have in this is that we're appropriating $300,000 total, which is basically an 86% for state lands. So that's where you see what we're doing in this is we're taking and we're appropriating. If you look at that, you see on the amendment, if you look on the amendment on line, beginning on about line 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 of the amendment, we're deleting that $300,000. We're changing this to an appropriation instead of a transfer. We're changing this to an appropriation of $258,000. And then we're removing, instead of saying grants for weed and pest control in the state, we're going to insert that school, so that those are going to be on school lands, and that's roughly 86% of the $300,000. Then to take care of the other 14%, because you can't use school foundation money on non-school land money, So then the 42,000 you see beginning on lines 18 and down below is the exact same thing, but it's for those state trust lands, which is a 14% of $300,000. So the combination of the 258,000 for state lands, for school lands, and $42,000 for other state lands will combine to the $300,000 for the next biennium for them to match. So that should put from the leaseholders and other things that gives state lands through this coordinated effort that this bill helps happen for pest control. That will put the state whole and should make the Department of Ag whole as they go forward and try and maintain the value and avoid invasive species and control weeds on those state lands. And the state will discharge its obligation in that manner. So that's what the amendment does. Ask for your support and would stand for any questions.
Any questions about the state weed? Senator Scott's going to speak, and I'm going to ask Senator Nethercott to put her microphone up there so he can have some microphone close to him. He sometimes turns your way. Senator Scott, go ahead on 2 microphones.
Mr. Chairman, I think they fixed the microphone, which wasn't working yesterday. Mr. Chairman,
It's working now.
I have a question here. It looks like the state is furnishing weed and pest services on state land that's leased. Now, my operation leases significant state land, and I would think of declaring a conflict. I don't think I have one here for 2 reasons. One, I can't remember our lands having, the state lands having weed and pest problems that caused an actual expenditure on those lands. And I do get pretty skeptical about these expenditures. Frankly, I think many of them are a waste and are not necessary. But are we setting a precedent here? In general, the state land leases we don't provide a lot, the state does not provide much in the way of services on them. And if you're leasing private lands, you often get services, and that runs the value of that lease way up, and the state doesn't operate that way, which keeps the value of the lease down. And I hope we're not setting a precedent here that we're going to have the state providing a lot of services, because I think that will diminish the revenue from the net revenue from the state land and raise their cost to the users. I think that's best left to the users to decide which of them are worthwhile and which of them aren't. So, Mr. Chairman, what kind of a precedent are we setting here? And are we really getting our money's worth out of doing some of this weed stuff? I've been pretty skeptical about some of it.
Senator Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After that talk, I think I better declare conflict on the bill. I'm supposed to do as soon as I can, and I'll do some explanation for everybody. I happen to live up in northeast Wyoming, and when you get in these areas that got really bad weed infestations, and I'm suspicious big amounts have been spent in our areas, when you get leafy spurge, pretty often the cost per acre will exceed $30 to $50. You do not qualify for our special programs for cost sharing on government ground. So when you take it on as a landowner, you don't get the cost share because it belongs to the state of Wyoming. And so they've come in our area on those leases, and without it, there'd probably be people turn leases back. It literally takes their place over and runs them over. And so at least on our ranch, they haven't done much for the last 4 or 5 years. We kind of sneak on and do a little. but they send us letters to tell us it needs work done. And I think this program's been highly effective in keeping state land in production and actually keeping the cost down and keeping landowners from just going berserk, because it's really hard. And I know some areas spotted knapweed similar. I think the state's done a very effective job. And as the money's gone down, their treatment's gone down. So from my end, I am going to declare conflict because I think they've spent on our state leases substantial amounts of money. And I encourage you to support this much money and preferably more if you could.
Well, it sounds like we have two conflicts. And Senator Scott, again.
Mr. Chairman, and I really thank my colleague for reminding me that these expenditures are not uniform. We haven't had them, but we don't have these leafy spurge problems. And that is a very real and expensive problem caused by an invasive species. And yeah, I can say, yes, I lease state land. I don't receive any benefit from this because they, as far as I know, they don't do any work on them, but they don't have the problem that he's got either. And Mr. Chairman, that shows why sometimes you have to judge some of these things individually as to who's got a conflict of interest and who doesn't, because it does, in this case, depend a lot on the particular circumstance.
Anyone else with a conflict or otherwise? Senator French.
I don't have a conflict, but I rise in support of this amendment, and I'll tell you why. There's a state school section 500 feet from my farms, right? And in Park County, the Park County Weed and Pest has, your crops are quarantined until you get, they come around, check your fields, and until you get a weed release, is what they call it. So I can't get rid of my hay or barley, my crops, until I get the weed release. Well, that state school section that's right close by, if it gets infected with Canadian thistle, we call it bull thistle, Russian thistle, whatever it is, and that gets over on our farmland, then that creates a lot of issues. I know not every instance is like that. A lot of the state school sections are inside of it, ranches and stuff, but it's an issue up where we're at. So I'm in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Senator French. Senator Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer the question as to whether this is establishing a precedent, simple answer is no. You can go back even the 17-18 biennium, there's $350,000 expended for this purpose in the OSLI budget. Last biennium, 1920, is $850,000. You can go all the way back to 2007. It generally hovers around that $700,000, $750,000 expenditures per biennium. So this is actually quite about half of what the historic expenditures have been. And so to answer the question of whether that's established some sort of precedent, the answer is no. If anything, we're taking a step back.
Thank you, Senator Bonner. Senator Cost, do you want to speak on the amendment?
Yes, I would like to, sir. Mr. Chairman, the other thing is in the appropriation, the 300,000 was set at a 1-to-1 match. So there's going to be input from others than just the state funding that we have there. So that also adds into the coverage of it.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Sensing you're ready to vote. All those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole number 1 to Senate File 8, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Oh, we had two conflicts, didn't we? Just one? Okay. Okay, that amendment passes. That second committee, or the Committee of the Whole amendment number 1 passes on Senate File 8. I think we have another one too, don't we?
Senate File 8, Second Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2, page 3, line 4, delete.
Senator Cost.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment 2 to Senate File 8 and ask for your favorable consideration, if I can think the words right. Okay, what this does is, as you heard in the first amendment by appropriations, there was no money to transfer. Our original bill was set up with a transfer in there. So it was necessary for us to redo our bill so that it doesn't show a transfer, because that's a little impossible if there's nothing to transfer. So if you go to page 3, line 4, you will find that we have deleted property and equipment. And then if you go on down to line 5, the and on page 4, lines 1 through 5, deleted entirely, including the Senate Standing Committee amendment to these lines, and renumbering as necessary. So basically, we've taken out anything in here that would talk about transfer, and we've left it to the appropriation provided for the others. So with that, unless there's any question, I would ask for us to vote on the amendment.
Any questions on his amendment? All right, sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor of Senator Cost's motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2 to Senate File 8, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. That amendment passes Committee of the Whole. That puts us back on the bill. Senator Cost, do you want to talk about the bill again?
No, I was going to cut it short and say this is just making a simple transfer from state lands to Department of Agriculture, and you've got the amendments that took care of that. So let's vote and head on.
Question's been called. All those in favor of Senator Cost's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 8, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. That I don't think so. Wrong. It's yours. Is that Senator Boner's signature? I can't read it, so I don't know. Oh, okay. Do you want to redo that? Cost, you don't want to have your name on it? Okay, since you're ready, all those in favor of Senator Boner's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report that it do so with favorable recommendation of Senate File 8, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. That motion has passed, that Senate File 8 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill to come before you is Senate File 3. Oh, sorry.
Senate File 3, Radioactive Materials Transport Fee, sponsored by the Transportation Committee, an act relating to commercial vehicle fees. Was referred to Committee Number 8, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Furphy, Landon, McEwen, and Pappas. Senator Landon, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report it, do so with a do pass recommendation on Senate File 3, radioactive materials transport fee. And don't you love the way this place works? We go from weed and pest to the transport of radioactive materials. I want to take you into a couple of accounts in our state statutes and describe for you why we have those accounts. That's what this bill does. It does a little bit of cleanup, Mr. Chairman. We found that these fees existed in a couple of places in our statute. We consolidate those into one spot. And what those fees are used for, fellow senators, is to train and buy equipment for those emergency responders to be ready in the case of an accident. We have a lot of radioactive material that crosses our state. In 2017, we had about 250 transports of this material across our state. Where's it going? Well, primarily it goes to a state to the south of us, where it is disposed of underground. Those transports have diminished by a little over 100 per year the last 2 years, and that's because that transport facility in that state, which was pretty locked down during the COVID pandemic, was shut down for a little while. But I want to take you over to page 2. That's where the new language exists. We clean up the language just a little bit as to the what kind of materials we're transporting and charging the fee to. I would say that we define that radioactive material in 37-14-103. If you want to find out exactly what material this is transported, it does not affect the materials coming out of our Campbell County area or out of the gas hills, for example. We do transport some materials that some even radioactive, but this is at a much higher level, and that's why we charge that fee. At the bottom of the page, on page 2, you will notice that we take that fee from $200, Mr. Chairman, and we're going to raise that fee in the statute to $450. While that seems like a lot, it is reflective of the what's the word I'm looking for? $200 in 1989 is equal to $450 today. So that is inflation. It's adjusted for inflation, Mr. Chairman. It's getting a little late in the day. So that's our recommendation in this bill. I'd be happy to answer questions. There's a lot more information on this part of the world where we transport this material. I will tell you that the fund is pretty much at ground level. And so I would commend to you that we really do need to raise the fee so that we can get everybody trained out across the state. Again, Mr. Chairman, I'd be glad to answer any questions. It's a good bill, and I think we need to pass it. Thank you.
Questions of the maker? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a little explanation when it says for each package of radioactive material transported through the state, because I'm just aware that there's a lot of radioactive material and a lot of medical devices. Even YDOT will use those for their nuclear density testers, check compaction and all of that stuff. So would that cover those type of things too, if there's radioactive material, in those type of equipment or materials or not?
Senator Scott, did you have a question?
Jim, let me answer this one first.
Really? Any other questions before I turn it back over to Senator Landon?
Thank you,
Senator Boner.
Mr. Chairman, along similar lines, does this apply to the Department of Energy or Department of Defense radioactive materials as well?
Any other questions? Any other questions? Hearing none questions, hearing none, turn it back to Senator Landon.
The partial answer, Mr. Chairman, to the senator from Baggs is that yes, it does cover materials like that. I'll do a little more digging there. We actually did not get into that during committee, but we did talk about what these containers are. They're about 10 feet by 10 feet, and they haul about 3 of them in each of these trucks that are going down the road with them. Obviously, if we were ever to have an accident and tip over with that material, we've got to have a pretty diverse response team that's ready and set up to do that. It involves, like I said, equipment all the way down to the training of our healthcare professionals, our law enforcement, and we utilize this fund to do that training. And so pretty important stuff that we're talking about here. It actually, I know it doesn't surprise many members of the Senate because we've been aware of this information for a long time, but we do have pretty hazardous materials all the time that are being transported on our highways and roads out there. So That's a partial answer, Senator. I'll try to dig a little deeper if this gets to second reading. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, any other questions? Senator Scott and Senator Nethercott, would you put your microphone up there, please? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, not a question. Mr. Chairman, I rise on and against the bill.
Oh, here we go.
And, Mr. Chairman, let me read you the reason why. Article 3, Section 33, Wyoming Constitution. Origin of revenue bills. All bills for raising revenue shall originate in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose amendments as in the case of other bills. And, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware that sometimes with these fee things, you can get legal advice that says you can ignore that part of the Constitution. Mr. Chairman, that is, I think, in my judgment, that is bad advice. You can look at the Constitution. The meaning is not particularly ambiguous. If the purpose of the bill is raising revenue, it has to originate in the House. This bill is a revenue raise. Listen to the explanation. We're not collecting enough in fees anymore. Look at the bill. There's some cleanup of language which gets routinely done, Mr. Chairman. But the primary purpose of this bill is to raise revenue, to support a particular program. Now, they've long allowed fees that are incidental to bills where you're establishing a whole new program. Those are not revenue-raising bills primarily. This is a revenue-raising bill. And that's why I intend to vote against the bill. Every member will make up their own minds on this, but I think it's important that we pay attention to the provisions of the Constitution and look at the plain language.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Any other comments? Any other comments? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to provide some clarification only because I spent a minute looking into it regarding what types of radioactive waste are covered. I had the same questions that the good senator from Converse County had with regard to what is and isn't covered. And so in this statute, language that we don't have in 3118-407B, we don't see that in the bill. The definition radioactive waste is provided specifically, which has a couple of different aspects, but the first one is highway route controlled quantities of radioactive waste as defined in 49 CFR 173-403 as amended, et cetera, and then nuclear waste being transported pursuant to other federal law. So it's actually quite specific what is being governed by this. It's not all nuclear materials that might be going through the state, but a very specific classification of nuclear materials and waste. So just to provide that clarification, because I had the same curiosity and found it rather quickly in the statute.
Thank you for the clarification. Senator Landon, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the concerns raised by my friend from Natrona County, I do have a Supreme Court decision here at my desk. I've got the opinion of our attorneys on staff who have indicated that not in their opinion is this a problem. We have taken up bills that adjust the fees at various points in time throughout my tenure here in the Senate. And we resolve this simply by, if you vote, you feel like we are okay to vote on the bill. I would say that the opinions that we have received back support the fact that this is not for the intention of raising revenue for the state of Wyoming. It has a specific purpose, and this is an adjustment in that rate. So be happy to share that information with anybody who'd like to have it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Senator Scott. And
Mr. Chairman. Quote, great George Washington Plunkett, Tammany Hall, what's the Constitution among friends?
thank you, Senator Scott. Sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor of Senator Landon's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 3, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Division has been called for. All those in favor, please stand. Are you standing, Senator Nathcott? $13. Thank you. All opposed, please stand. I vote yes. Vote is 14-13, so the bill passes. Or, excuse me, Senate File 3 passes the committee of the whole. The next bill to come before you is Senate File 27. Senate File 27, and it has a standing committee amendment. Would you please read it in also, please?
Senate File 27, Dissolution of County Boards Authority, sponsored by the Judiciary Committee, an act relating to counties. It was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Nethercott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the due pass recommendation on Senate File 27, Dissolution of County Boards Authority. As indicated by the good chairman, there is a standing committee amendment. I would like to move that standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 27. I think it'll be just fine to dispose of that amendment now before we turn to Senator Kolb to explain the bill. Good senators, as you can see from the title of this bill, it deals with the dissolution of county boards and the authority. Regardless of how you feel on that, the amendment on the bill addresses when county boards are created for the purposes of a museum and the disposition of those museum assets. And the amendment addresses that, ensure the preservation of the museum artifacts and the collections, which I'm sure we can all agree with, that if a museum board gets dissolved, that we want to ensure for the preservation of those assets. That is the essence of the amendment, good senators. I'd stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration on standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 27.
Okay, let's read that in.
I thought we
Senate
did.
File 27, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 3 after line 21, insert.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I will move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 again. I'll move it twice to Senate File 27 and ask for the body's favorable consideration.
thank you. Any comments? There seems to be some question out there. All right. All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 27, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd call on Senator Kolb to explain this good little bill.
Senator Kolb.
Mr. President, I would like to first say there's no fee increase in this bill. As laid out, this is a process for disillusionment for boards and procedure to do so. It covers the cradle to grave aspects of doing this. It is particularly covering solid waste boards, museum boards, and all boards under Chapter 9, Article 1. And I can explain that if someone wishes me to. And it handles indebtedness, deposition of assets, surplus funds disposed of, and process of notice. There's no fiscal impacts, and it's been widely supported by the counties. And the effective date is July 1, 2022. And I will stand for questions.
Any questions for Senator Kolb? Senator Ruffus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I do have a question about the kind of extent of authorization, what types of boards. Some of these boards do have memberships that are duly elected, and I was curious if the authority extends to all boards. I'm thinking of, for example, a hospital board. County commissioner relationship to a hospital board is a little different than other types of boards. So can we get a little more background on which boards the county commissioner would have authority to? I recall, again, there are some boards where the county commission has clear budget authority over those boards. That would make good sense to me. There are some where that isn't quite the case, and I can't remember them all right now. I wish I could remember some more, but more discussion on that. Thank you.
Senator Kolb, would you like to answer that?
I'm happy to explain that. To be clear, so we laid out the solid waste board, the museum boards. Now under Chapter 9, Article 1, those boards in particular are not the hospital board. They're fairgrounds, airports, parks, pleasure grounds, and recreational systems. These boards that we're talking about here are wholly appointed by the Board of County Commissioners. And it's not an elected board. It won't have anything to do with, fire districts. It is merely the boards laid out here as explained in statute.
Question from Senator French.
Yeah, I stand in support of this bill. As a former county commissioner for 18 years, the boards in Park County, we had the library board, rec board, fair board, museum board, and those were appointed. The commissioners, we interviewed people whenever somebody retired or quit the boards. And we'd always do our best to appoint the best person to that board. Often we'd have one vacancy and we'd have 3 or 4 or 5 people that we'd interview for it. And, they were people from the community. I think people get the impression that with this, that, gosh, the evil county commissioners are going to just dissolve everything, They have the right, because they created the board. They appointed the people on those boards. They do the budget. They authorize the spending for those boards. So I feel they have the right to dissolve those if there's a reason to. And trust me, they're going to have a good reason, or their constituents in their county are not going to be happy. There's public hearings, there's people can come to the commissioners if they bring it up, hey, we're going to consider disbanding library board, and they'll pack the boardroom with 500 and with young kids with Where's Waldo books in their hands, how bad you are. So, commissioners don't take something like that lightly. It's our communities. So I fully am in support of this. The commissioners have that right because those boards are there. They finance those. They put those members in. Like Senator Kolb said, they're not elected. They're appointed. So I stand in support.
Other comments? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I assume I know the answer to this, but I'm just going to ask it for certainty. I appreciate the answer to the board's side of things. The districts that are created, I'm also assuming that none of the districts that the commission would have authority to dissolve would be districts that required an election to create. I assume these are all the types of districts that commissions can unilaterally create through their own authority, and this would give them the authority to extinguish those that they created, but not extending beyond that power. And I just want to be clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, with that question.
Senator Kolb, would you please bring us an answer?
I will do my best. Absolutely. This only is about county-created boards, not other elected boards through another process, be it an improvement district or whatever it may be. Clearly, it's held in by those side boards I laid out on what, waste, solid waste, libraries, and then the other strictly regulated or set aside boards and chapter, say this right here, chapter 9, article 1. And I laid out those boards. So there is absolutely no elected boards being affected. This merely is a fix in statute that the boards of county commissioners were allowed to create these boards under statute, but there is no statutory ability for them to dissolve them. And this is a mechanism to do that so they can deal with possible future issues. And like it was said, there's no burning desire to dissolve a board. This is merely a tool that they need statutorily to do it legally.
Thank you, Senator Kolb. Any other questions? Any other comments? Hearing none, sensing you're ready to vote. All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 27, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 27 has squeaked by the committee of the whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 25. Please, reading clerk, would you please read that in?
Senate File 25, District Judge Positions Authorization, sponsored by the Judiciary Committee, an act relating to courts. It was referred to Committee Number 1, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, French, Kolb, Cost, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the do pass recommendation on Senate File 25, District Court Judge Positions Authorization. Good senators, there is no revenue raiser in this bill, nor is there an appropriation with this particular bill. What this bill does is it creates 3 new district court judge positions in the 3rd, 6th, and 7th judicial districts. The 3rd district is Uinta, Sweetwater, and Lincoln counties. The 6th judicial district is Campbell, Weston, and Crook counties, and the 7th judicial district is Natrona. Every year, the Supreme Court, as part of their obligations and duties, conducts a workload assessment of our district court judges across the state, where they take, they review the time that the district court judges spend working on cases and evaluate whether or not there's appropriate enough resources or judges to serve the needs of that community or of that judicial district. And so consistently, for the last 6 years, all 3 of these districts have indicated through objective measurable data that they need an additional district court judge. And this has been a concern for them for a long time. And so most of them, all of them, reflect the needs of having at least 3.6 judges at different years. Of course, 2020 threw everything off for our court system, but in 2019, which I think is a pretty reflective year before the pandemic hit of what the normal court system looks like, the 3rd judicial district indicated it had a workload need of 4.2 judges or 4.3 judges. The 6th judicial district had a workload need of 4.1 judges, and the 7th judicial district had a workload need of 4.1 judge. So all of that data indicates the need for an additional judge in each of those districts. Of course, fundamentally, good senators, what this relates to is access to the courts and timeliness of judicial decisions, we certainly can appreciate that here, whether it's federal laws that we don't like and the need for quick and judicial resolutions for constitutional issues or other issues that we are challenged with. And so this bill will provide those services to the people of Wyoming with access to justice, and also provide much needed assistance to our judicial officers in those areas that really are doing yeoman's work for the amount of work that they are doing in very remote and isolated areas. So with that, I stand for questions and ask for your favorable consideration.
Questions? Senator French.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment, it's, not a question. We heard testimony from judge over in, I believe it was Lincoln County, Uena County area, that, and I asked the judge, what will this do if there's an additional, I believe it's the 3rd district, or, you know, an additional position over there. How will this help? And he said, in civil matters, the waiting time would be cut from around 2.5 years to 9 months. Now that's substantial if you're the one that happens to be waiting for your case to come to trial. I mean, I could possibly get grayer than I am now, you know? So that's substantial. I want everybody to really think of that, from 2.5 years down to 9 months. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator French. Other comments or questions? Other comments or questions? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to add my support for this bill. Our 3rd District Court judge is a gentleman I know real well. I know he is just about gone over the top trying to get around to all of his cases. And exactly as the good senator mentioned, just recently, the workload has increased. If you take a look just at the census, just in the district that he serves, it's increased by about 10,000 people. And so trying to do the work of what somebody did 10 years ago or 15 years ago, they just can't keep up with it. And when you have to wait around for a court date for 1.5 years or 2 years, I mean, it's unacceptable. So I strongly support this and hope that the rest of you will as well. Thank you.
Further comments or questions? Senator Dockstader?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We actually started on this referencing the 3rd District long before the days of COVID. We stopped into the judge, visited with him in his chambers, I think 2 or 3 times as we were trying to sort out. At that time, the money wasn't there. It was kind of difficult. We were sharing with another part of the state the need for a judge as well. They were waiting for some brick and mortar. We already had brick and mortar in place in different communities. We were ready to go, good to go. The problem back then was just the state was doing we were going through a drop in funding. We were trying to figure out ways. I remember working with the previous senator from up in Campbell County saying, you know, well, there's got to be a way to put this together. Maybe we start down in the southwest and then work up into that country up in Campbell. And we're kind of working on that. And it looked like we were going to try to get something put together. And I appreciate Judiciary and the chair and everybody working on it at that time. Then we went into COVID, so all this was held back, folks. We waited. Now we're coming out of it. We're doing good. We got something due to the good work of Judiciary and Appropriations. We got something on the books and ready to go, and I'd ask for your support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and in favor of the bill. As you heard, District 6 is Campbell, Weston, and Crook. Currently, our docket is full, and I've always thought that being late on your court dates and those types of things is the idea that justice delayed is justice denied. And Mr. Chairman, I strongly urge you to vote for this bill.
Thank you, Senator Wasserberger. Before you go, Senator Baldwin, I would like to compliment Senator Salazar. One of the courtesies you give the chair is that you don't walk between the speaker and the chair. And he waited till the speaker was done and then went to his chair. Thank you, Senator Salazar. Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to put a little icing on the cake. Second, the good president's comments. Lincoln, Uintah County area is very busy, extremely busy. That judge does live in Kimmer. What I would throw onto that is the Southwest Wyoming, both of those counties as well as Sweetwater County are about to undergo a huge swing in development. And I don't know that there'll be any criminals or anybody among any of those that are coming into work, but there may be. And I suspect that the workload of that judge is going to increase dramatically in the next few years. So I think this is ultra important. So I would give my support.
Thank you, Senator Baldwin. Anyone else? Senator Landon?
Mr. Chairman, thank you on and for the bill. You know, it was really enlightening. We had an opportunity up in my neck of the woods to sit down with our district judges, and wow, I probably could have visited all afternoon with them, but I just thought I'd share a couple of things. I had no idea, but if you're having a little trouble at home and you need to schedule a 2-day divorce trial, up in my neck of the woods, the first day they can get you in is November 21st of 22. So you gotta wait a little bit. If you need a 5-day civil jury trial, Mr. Chairman, right around May the 8th of 2023 is the first time that any of the 3 judges could get you in. I think you get the idea. The senator from Campbell County is exactly right. We promise people in our republic that you get a speedy trial, and we're not doing that in about 3 or 4 places in the state. So I hope you'll support the bill.
Thank you, Senator Landon. Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just would point out, good senators, that there is another Senate file that is directly related to this bill, that all of the support I have heard on the floor today will be greatly needed next week. This bill does not provide the appropriation, and there will be appropriation in the next bill. And so those conversations you've had with your judges and your support, I will need that continued with the appropriation that will be required for the addition of these 3 judges. So I just want you to be mindful of that there is a bill draft sponsored by the Joint Judiciary Committee that will be heard and then come through appropriations. So I look forward to your continued support, but certainly this vote is a bit easier than that one.
Senator Nethercott, was that your wrap up on this Senate File 25?
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Nethercott. All those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that the committee of the whole rise to report that if they do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 25, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 25 has squeaked by the committee of the whole. The next bill to come before you is Senate File 29. Would you please read that in?
Senate File 29, Liability for Governmental Healthcare Providers Amendment, an act relating to the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, sponsored by the Judiciary Committee. It was referred to Committee Number 1, which turned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Cooper, French, Cole, Cost, and Nethercott. Senator Nethercott, Chair.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Nethercott.
I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with the do pass recommendation on Senate File 29, Liability for Governmental Healthcare Providers Amendment. With that, I'd like to call on Senator Cooper, just kidding, Senator Cooper just panicked. To explain this good little bill, I'll call on myself. Good senators, you might recall the conversation on introduction of this bill. It's fairly complex, so an unfortunate need to have to explain it to you at 5 o'clock on a very busy day and after a long, hard day. So I'll be brief. I know you don't want to be listening to my voice for much longer for the afternoon. But this bill is generated from a review of a Wyoming Supreme Court opinion that dealt with the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act. The Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, I think by all accounts and by the testimony before the committee, indicated that the language in the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act is ambiguous, and it's ambiguous as to its application for regular negligence as opposed to medical malpractice for healthcare providers, and when a case is ordinary negligence for a healthcare provider or when it's medical malpractice. This bill seeks to provide that clarification for when the $1 million damage cap applies for medical malpractice and when it applies for ordinary negligence for medical providers with a damage cap of either $250,000 or $500,000. So it seeks to remedy that. If you vote against the bill, I want to make this clear. If you vote against the bill, the likelihood of increasing litigation and exposing state, county, public entities to $1 million damage claim is greatly increased. By voting for the bill, you're being significantly fiscally conservative. Happy to answer further questions.
Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question for the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. So essentially what you're saying is medical malpractice is a higher standard of proof and negligence is less. Is that correct? What's the difference between the two terms?
Any other questions before I turn it back to Senator Nethercott? No? The reader have a question? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A great question. The two standards of proof certainly are different for ordinary negligence as it relates to medical malpractice. But that difference in proof or requirements is not really the rationale or basis for the difference. Generally speaking, it has to do with the type of damage or harm that an individual may receive from an error in medical malpractice. And so that's why there's a need for a greater damage cap. Fundamentally, the difference is, here's an example that was provided. The Governmental Claims Act afford, you can sue the government for the failure to maintain a building. And so if you sue a school for failure to maintain the roof in the building and it collapses and people are harmed, there's going to be a damage cap of either $250,000 or $500,000 for that school. Okay? If you sue a medical provider or a hospital, it's arguable that that's $1 million based on the ambiguous language of the statute. And that's certainly not what we intended as a legislature, and so this bill draft is intending to correct that and identify that the statutory language is found in 139.110 is really limited in scope for the actions of medical professionals in their harm in giving the care associated with their occupations and not with ordinary negligence. So if they amputate the wrong leg, you have $1 million damage cap. But for ordinary negligence of perhaps a car crash, it's the $500,000. And so that's the intent. And so the committee did not consider whether or not those damage caps are appropriate, that those remain the same. It's really providing the necessary statutory clarification based on what we believe was the original legislative intent of having these different damage caps in our statutes.
Thank you, Senator Nethercott. Any other questions, comments? Any other questions or comments? All right, sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor of Senator Nethercott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 29, please say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Senate File 29 has squeaked by the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for your consideration is Senate File 32, and the reading clerk would like to read that in.
Senate File 32, K-3 Reading Assessment and Intervention Program, an act relating to reading assessment and intervention, sponsored by the Education Committee. It was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Beitman, Ellis, Rothfuss, Salazar, and Scott. Senator Scott, Chairman. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Guru, Hicks, Kinski, Perkins, and Steinmetz. Senator Perkins, Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I move when the Committee of the Whole rise and report it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 32 do pass. There are some amendments. Let me explain a little first the need for the legislation. Mr. Chairman, This, in terms of substantive legislation, in K2, this is probably the most important of the bills we've got, even though it's a relatively, just a start on the particular problem. And let me explain, Mr. Chairman, why we've got the problem we do. Mr. Chairman, what tipped us off to this to start with was the comments of the consultants we hired to do our recalibration report in the year before last, and they were quite biting in the comments that they made in terms of the performance of our school systems. And let me just read you one. It says between 50.88 and 42.5% of students are performing only at the basic level or below in English language arts. These performance levels are not adequate for graduates to access jobs in the higher skill, higher wage economy Wyoming is trying to build. And there were a number of other comments in that recalibration reports along the same line. Essentially, we weren't getting our money's worth. And the figures they were giving were what our assessment test shows in the first case on the fourth grade level reading, second case and third grade level, and you concentrate at the third grade level because instruction beyond the third grade assumes that the child knows how to read at grade level, and when they don't, that kid's behind the 8 ball, not only for the rest of their academic career, Mr. Chairman, but really for the rest of their life. It is much harder to revive after that. Mr. Chairman, I would say I passed out to the Senate on Monday because I thought we'd probably get the introduction of this on Monday. We didn't. A chart that I've prepared with assistance showing ranking the districts by their performance in getting students into the proficient and advanced categories where they clearly do know how to read, the ones that our consultant is not criticizing. And there is a surprising divergence, Mr. Chairman, from the district down toward the bottom of it, number 44 district, Bighorn 4, where only 28.57% of the students reach those proficient and advanced categories, and the top district, which was, the top district that had enough students, so they fully reported, was Washakie 1, which is Worland, 78.21%, almost 50 percentage points difference. And we've been trying to establish why. We looked at the funding per district, and there is a slight, Mr. Chairman, a slight negative correlation, 0.2, between funding and the performance of the school districts, meaning that there's a slight prejudice that the performance goes down as the funding increases. Mr. Chairman, I think that's probably because we're trying to put our money where our problems are, and we're succeeding. Mr. Chairman, there wasn't any relationship we could find between the size of the district and the performance of the students, which surprised me a bit. There is some correlation that the handout showed poverty is measured by the students getting free and reduced lunch. And there is some correlation between that and performance, that the children who are getting the free and reduced lunch are therefore in some poverty do not perform as well as the other students. But it's also interesting that 9 of our districts, their students that are in poverty by this measure perform better than the statewide average for all students, which tells you that's a problem that can be overcome. Mr. Chairman, we don't fully understand what's going wrong. We can see the problem. This is probably the most important thing that our state government does, the education of our children. And I hope that not only the Education Committee, but the legislature as a whole will make this a top priority for the next few years going forward, that we will take steps to improve the quality that we're getting out of our education. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, this bill, I think, makes some progress. We'll go into the bill and explain where and what the progress is, but it does not make as much as I would like to make, Mr. Chairman. And the reason for that is that we don't fully understand why. I think it has to do with the system. There are some limited problems in particularly the continuing education of the teachers. We'll go into that a bit in this bill. I don't think it is the overall quality of our teachers or their dedication. I think it has to do with the system. We're looking for flaws in the system and ways to improve the system. Mr. Chairman, having said that, there is a standing committee amendment from Committee 4. I ask that be read in at this time.
Senate File 32, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 3, delete.
Mr. Chairman, I move the standing committee amendment and yield to Senator Ellis for an explanation of the standing committee amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we work this bill in committee, you'll see on page 2, paragraph A, where we require school districts to select and implement a reading, assessment, and interface program to get after this literacy. So to understand what this amendment does, it's also helpful to look at page 4. We wanted to have the districts submit the products they use, but the way this bill reads now, they would be putting the specific names of reading programs and interventions in our rules. The Department of Education expressed concern about putting those proper names in the rules. And so what this amendment does is it would amend page 4 that would on line 6, so that the department would have to develop criteria for those instruments, but then that the superintendent could, through a separate list that they could make available to the districts, then provide the specific names of those products so that we're not putting proper names in our rules. So it's a cleanup, or I think a good compromise that would allow school districts to still have a say in what kind of criteria will be used for the selection of those screeners. So would ask for your favorable consideration.
Any comments, questions on that? Questions been called for? All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 32, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. That amendment has passed. There is another amendment to that. Do you want to read that in now, Senator?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Senate File 32, Standing Committee Amendment Number 2, page 7, line 5, after.
Senator Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Standing Committee Amendment Number 2 to Senate File 32 and ask the body to once again vote no. When we originally looked at this and had the appropriations hearing last evening, we went on for quite a while. We're very interested in the subject, and And our motion was an attempt to make sure that we got some additional effort, and we were concerned that in applying for these funds and getting the grants for these funds, that folks might do that and then spend some of the money on other things. Going back and looking at that and some of the concerns that we had, we found out two things since our committee meeting last night. And one of them is that there's about $6 million that's allocated across states that within the block grant that have to be used before they can access this money, and it has to be used for that. And and then further reading in the light of day and after a long day, not seeing this clearly last night, on page 6 of on pages 6 and 7 of the agreement, if to get these funds, you have to have gone through and expended your earlier funds. The funds that are allocated for in-service training for these purposes. So if we do this, it actually probably have a perverse incentive in getting done and furthering the cause of the bill. And on further reflection and talking with the other members of the Joint Appropriations Committee, we ask you to join us in just voting this amendment down. Thank you, Mr.
Question has been called on that amendment. Sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor of Senator Perkins' motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 2 to Senate File 32, please say aye. And opposed, no. No. That amendment has narrowly been defeated. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, briefly, for a little more explanation of what's in the bill, I'd make one general comment first. Committee was honored with the new State Superintendent of Public Instruction, came talk to us about it, and made some, I thought, very common sense remarks that one of his main priorities, was early literacy, and he supported this bill as taking steps in that direction. And we were very glad to hear that and to get acquainted with the new state superintendent. And I recommend any of you have the chance to do that. I think the governor probably made a wise choice. Not knowing some of the other candidates, but he picked one that was good, I think. Mr. Chairman, we've talked about some of the things we're doing here in terms of the assessment, testing. We've talked about some of the efforts on improving the continuing education for the teachers. This is one consistent thing we heard at the hearings we held, and that seems to have widespread support. There's a provision in there, you can find it on page 3, where we're requiring the parents be notified when their child has reading difficulties, a dyslexia, or has a plan, an individual plan that parent be informed, and we think that's important. We have heard occasions where that is not being done. And Mr. Chairman, that is not necessarily the fault of the educational personnel involved. I know I personally heard of a tale where a parent said, where a school district teacher said to a parent, your child is having reading difficulty, and the response was nearly violent, where the dad said, look, you don't classify my child as having reading difficulty. You just don't do that. And that sufficiently frightened the teacher that she said from then on she didn't talk to parents. And it's unfortunate that we have some people out there who will react that way. You know, I know as a parent, when the one-room country school, in my case, where my kids were going, said, your son is having difficulty in, my attitude's, okay, what do we got to do to fix it? And that's the proper attitude, but not everybody takes that. And school districts are going to have to be conscious that their people need some support implementing this, because it's important that the parents know, because the parents can be in good part of the solution. But you will have the occasional individual who threatens the teacher rather than trying to fix the problem. I must say I can't understand it, but I know it happens. So that's in there. We've talked about the appropriation, Section 4 on page 8, there's a one-time study on screening instruments that will start with the amendment with us setting criteria for those and proceeding from there to that criteria informing which instruments can be used and which can't. Mr. Chairman, that's a brief summary. Senator Ellis, do we have another amendment? Mr. Chairman, we do have another amendment. If we could have that read in, we'll deal with that, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senate File 32, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 5, line 6, delete.
Senator Ellis, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 32 and would ask for your aye vote. Senators, this provision, beginning on page 5, paragraph E, talks about the professional development that we're asking of our teachers who deal with grades K through 3. And so in reading, if you can read that paragraph, as it stands before you, they're supposed to get annual training in literacy. And, it's very strict in that. And so the good senator from Albany County and I got together and tried to loosen this a bit up. We recognize that if you have sufficient training, maybe each training every year isn't necessary. So we've stricken that requirement that it be an annual training. Further, we recognize that there might be a teacher who moves to the district or has graduated from a college that already has this specific training we're looking for them to have. So we'll see an adjustment that says if they have had received the training or need the training that qualifies. So we're not being redundant with our work. And then finally, we also want to make clear that instead of just being an annual requirement, freshening their skills every 3 years would be more appropriate. So this is really an attempt to make the professional development requirements for our teachers a little bit more flexible, but still ensuring that they're keeping up with the latest information out there that has to deal with literacy. So I'd urge your aye vote.
Any discussion or comments on Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1? Hearing none. Sensing you're ready to vote on that. All those in favor of Senator Ellis's motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 32, please say aye. Opposed, no. That Committee of the Whole Amendment has passed the Committee of the Whole. We're back on the bill. Senator Wasserberger.
Well, just a quick question, Mr. Chairman. My question is, if a school has scores that are above the requirements that you're wanting to see, are they still required to do the professional development and assessments, or would they be allowed to continue the current programs that they are using within their own schools? If their scores are high enough, can they stay with their own programs, or do they have to choose one of the states?
Are there any other questions? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To answer my desk mate's question, the answer is yes, they would still have to do this. Senators, there's a distinction that we're trying to draw here. This isn't about trying to draw a line in the sand between districts that are high performing and have high proficiency scores on their reading exams and those that don't. What we found in our work through the interim, and you should know that this consumed the bulk of our time in the interim. We heard from national experts, leading scientists who are doing cutting edge research on what's happening in the brain, what's the best way of teaching literacy. And so this is an issue that we've discovered is not really one that aligns with, is your score testing well or is it not? These screeners are really, they're different than a test. They're not an assessment. The expectation isn't that teachers are going to prepare the students to do well on the screener. The screener is to identify those reading difficulties and signs of dyslexia early on so that those kids get the interventions they need. Several years ago, we started looking at what kind of assessments and screeners we had out there. And quite frankly, we heard some testimony from, I believe it was Natrona County School District, that they didn't like the assessment tool and they wanted out. But then it begged a larger question of, well, if Natrona County wants out, good for them, but what are we using in the rest of our school districts? If it's a bad screening tool, then it's a bad screening tool we shouldn't be using everywhere. So we started looking at what kind of tools are really effective out there that hopefully, are minimally invasive on the classroom time for the teacher. And so what we're trying to do is get a little bit more of an apples to apples comparison. I think initially when we made changes in 2019, I believe that was the year, that we would see maybe 2 or 3 screeners used, but instead we've seen a variety. And so it makes it very difficult for us to see, how districts are comparing. So that is the goal of this, Mr. Chairman, is to get a little bit more consistency among the districts, giving the Department of Education the ability to develop criteria for those screeners through rules, which I'm sure all the districts will participate in, but then developing a list of appropriate screeners. I hope that answers the question, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a couple things that I kind of want to say and allude to. Number one, literacy, as they've said, is an extremely complicated situation, and it's not easy for anybody to walk through and say, well, these kids are just going to be there. If we really want to find success with literacy, we would have a better chance looking at the growth of students as they go through literacy than trying to just look at cutoffs. When you take a student that is in, say, the 15th%, you can grow that person pretty fast to up to 30, 40%, and then it's going to start slowing down. When you take the ones that are higher, they're not going to grow as much, but they're going to grow because as the higher you get, the more difficult it is to reach higher. But if we look at the growth in different segments of the population for those school districts, we can tell whether there's really becoming success with the programs they're using or not, rather than saying, okay, we need all our kids to be at 85%, because 85% is not a real easy, achievable score. What we may want to do is also say, when I was working with the school district, we had $350,000 to $400,000 invested in not only the research-based literacy materials we were using, but also the PD and all that we put into those teachers. I don't think any district is not wanting to be successful with literacy, but the challenge is, how do we measure the success of that so we know whether they're growing or not? When kids come in, and they've come in from extreme poverty situations, they're extremely low in what they know and what they can say. And when they go home, and especially during the summer, they get no support from their family as they are trying to grow. So their move back is considerable. So I really would hope that maybe in this we could seriously consider, can we look at growth of students rather than look at the percentages? I think it would be a more productive way. That's just a suggestion for a thought. Thank you.
Any other comments? Senator Scott. Mr. Chairman, responding to that one, I think in terms of managing a school district, looking at the growth figures are probably quite useful. There's a number of ways to go about doing that. In terms of looking at the overall performance of a district and our state as a whole, you need to have the statewide assessment test and look at key points along that. And frankly, we're using the YTOP test. And I hope it stays stable for a while because we can get used to it. If you change them every 3-4 years, you destroy the value of the test. In this case, we're looking particularly at the third grade
Y-top test, because that is sort of the end of the era in a school child's life where teaching reading is the primary thing that is being done in the school system. You have some math too, and that's super important, but in those first grades, reading is the key to it all. So taking a look at where the students are at the end point of that time, I think is a valuable thing. And we don't yet understand fully what we're seeing and what it's telling us. We know the consultants saying when they looked at it that we're just not good enough as a state. And it's hard to quarrel with them on that. We are, as a society, getting more and more technologically oriented, and the reading skills and the math skills, secondary, are key to being able to function. So that's an appropriate place to look. We are seeing a big diversity in our school districts. I would say that when you look at the innate capabilities of the students, that even the best of ours could improve. And I think that's important. But clearly, if Sheridan can get the job done, if Worland can get the job done, if Cody can get the job done, if Green River can get the job done, the other districts in this state ought to be able to improve to that level. And, you know, I don't want to look at this in a punitive fashion. I used to say, talking to my own school district when we first brought in assessment tests, and you could see building by building results, that there is no shame to be had and you didn't do well in the test. The shame is if you look at what happened, you didn't do well, and you don't try to fix it. That's the real disgrace. And I think that's the way we ought to approach this, Mr. Chairman. Let's try to all work together to fix this and to try to bring all the school districts up. And frankly, my goal was enunciated in part a few years ago by the then President Buchanan of the University of Wyoming. And what he said was there is no reason Wyoming cannot have the best system of public education in these United States, K through graduate school. And I think that's the goal we ought to have. I think I'm going to strive to lead the Education Committee, that's our goal, and we will try to bring to you things that will improve that. I think this bill is a first step, albeit a small step. We need to understand better exactly what's going on, and we're going to continue working on that.
Other comments on Senate File 32, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I know it's getting late. We've been on this bill for a while, so my apologies, but I did have some questions. I guess my first question would be, was there any talk about shooting for a level and allowing districts that are getting the job done now to not be subject to some of the provisions in the bill? So that's my first question. The other question that I have is, what exactly is the benchmark that we're shooting for? The third question that I have is, where were we and where did we get to with respect to these scores? What was the decrease, and can I learn a little bit more about that? And I guess I'm just not picking up adequately enough on that particular piece of the bill. And finally, I wonder if there was conversation We've visited this issue 2 or 3 times in my tenure, and the evidence-based materials out there will tell you that just about everything is early childhood. Just about every piece of this. There's so many of our little guys and gals that come to kindergarten and they haven't read one book. They've never been exposed to anything like that. Well, how do you stack that up against somebody that's reading every night with their parents? And in my district, for example, Mr. Chairman, 48% of the students in my county are on free and reduced lunch. We have a lot of little guys that are showing up at school. They haven't had any breakfast. So I just in part wanted to share some of that because we've learned that so much over the years. We've visited this issue so much, but I guess where are we shooting for? And is there any chance that we can carve out the districts that are getting the job done now?
Thank you, Senator Landon. Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try and address the senator's questions in a different way. The issue isn't about, again, for me, looking at the high-performing districts versus the low-performing districts. This is about any student that's in our public school system that's struggling as a reader. I'll use dyslexia, but I want to be clear. There are some students who have reading difficulties that aren't medically diagnosed as dyslexia. But to use the word dyslexia, and we heard this from a mother whose son is dyslexic. Years ago, our public school system really transitioned from a phonetic-based learning, which I'm sure many of you, like me, that's how we learned to decode a word. You see the letter W, you see the letter A, they have an associated sound, so you start picking that apart, combining those sounds, and you decode a word in that way. About 30 or so years ago, there was a transition in how teachers were taught to teach education, and they moved to something called whole word or balanced literacy. And this is something my kids learned. They look at the words on the page, and if you see the word, horse, they might guess pony because it makes sense in the context of the sentence based on the other words they've memorized, or they could look at the picture to infer and get another clue. And so for a lot of kids that are read to a lot at home, that have families with rich vocabularies, that have a lot of good dinner time conversation, those kids actually can learn fine with that method. But even if you're not, coming from a home, or if you're dyslexic, for example, that strategy of learning how to read really doesn't work for you. Scientific reports, and this is a bone of contention in academia, is what is the best way to help assist those dyslexic kids break down that word. And so more research supports a more phonetic-based instruction. And I won't profess to be an education professional, and I know we've got teachers in the room, but that's kind of the conversation we're having. So if you have a high-performing school district that happens to have these dyslexic students, we are doing a disservice to all Wyoming kids by not exposing teachers to different methods that might be more effective for some students than others. And so that's the goal of this, Mr. Chairman. It's not to say, well, this district's getting the job done. Because even in those districts that are high performing, we are still hearing from parents who say, my kid is struggling to read, because of a lack of a different word. They use the word dyslexia. A lot of times they're patted on the head, told, your kid's fine, don't worry about it, they'll grow out of it. But what happens when they don't? I have an 8-year-old at home. There was a lot of learning loss in our home because of COVID. And so I've been working with her a lot on her reading skills. And I can tell you, the difference between my older 2 and her is dramatic. And you start seeing how that starts affecting her ability to understand math. I think she understands the concepts of math, but more often than not, she struggles with the word problems because she can't understand some of those words. And so this has been an ongoing thing that I've been, experimenting to some degree in my own household. So I just want to push back on the notion that, well, we'll just carve out the ones that are getting the job done and they're fine. I think there's work to be done in all 48 of our school districts. And I want to be clear, we're not trying to be punitive. We've talked to a lot of teachers who received a very specific type of instruction on how they teach literacy. And for those who have received additional professional development, who have, kind of gone out there and see what's available, they'll tell you they appreciate knowing, or at least having different tools in their toolbox to address the literacy needs of other kids. So that's the goal, Mr. Chairman, is to, help our teachers, give more tools to them so that they can better meet the needs of their students. And so I want to be clear, these assessments aren't scores. We don't want to be teaching and adding another test. They're really to help flag those students who need the intervention. And so that's what we're trying to achieve with this bill. So I want to be clear, that's what we're trying to do. And I hope that doesn't necessarily answer your questions about best benchmarks and assessments, but I just wanted to take it a different way. For me, it was never looking about, which schools are doing okay, which ones are not. I think this is an issue we need to be addressing in all 48 districts.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Senator Scott.
And Mr. Chairman, let me respond to one of the specifics. Now, we're using here 2018-19 school year data, both because that's what the recalibration consultant used and because that's the last fully pre-COVID year. My district, Natrona County District that year was ranked number 32nd with 49.8% of its students in the proficient and advanced category. The poverty rate that year wasn't as bad as in the 40% range. It was 39%, so almost in the 40% range. Leaving aside the Washakie 1 district at the top, where there really weren't enough students tested, Washakie 2, that is Washakie 1 Worland, had 78.2% of the students in the proficient advanced, and its poverty rate was 44%. Yes, poverty makes a difference, but some of the districts are able to overcome that. And the question of where are we ultimately going? We have not set an ultimate goal. You could make an argument that, and the experts are telling me that somewhere between 0.5% and 3% of the students do not physically have the mental capability to learn how to read well, or in some cases, to learn how to read at all. Okay, you're never going to get those. You do the best you can with special education, and our special education in the state's pretty darn good. So maybe our objective ought to be 95%. That may be too ambitious. We don't really know. What we do know is that our consultants are telling us that what we've got across the whole state is not good enough. And so I think we want to try to drive everybody's achievement right across the state, because we really don't want to leave kids behind as our society and our economy evolve to requiring higher tech education. So that's where we're headed. I think this is something I urge you all to talk to your school districts in due course of time. Find out what's going on there, talk to some of the teachers, find out what their real challenges are, and come prepared to help us on the education committee as we're trying to improve the performance right across the whole state.
Question has been called for. Senator Wassenberger, sorry.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I guess my question is, if Washakie 1 is scoring at 78%, why would we require them to do the state's program? If their reading is that high, why would we force them into something else that they don't believe in? And so my question is that in the bill? Do we have something in the bill that allows high-performing schools or districts to stay with their own reading assessments and programs if they're doing well?
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that in several different ways. One, in the reading assessment area and whatnot, frankly, I think if they've got a good system, that it will meet the criteria and be on the list. I think that's how it's going to play out. I don't see that, they may have paid little attention to what the State Department of Education is doing when they set the criteria and set the rules. I think that part of it will work out. With the continuing education, from what I've seen of continuing education in other professions, what I think I see here, even your best teacher can benefit from continuing education. We are learning more about how kids learn how to read all the time. And your best people go to continuing education. If it's well done, they come back inspired and renewed and do better. And we are all the time having to hire new teachers. And that's going to be a problem. That'll be probably one of the issues we'll deal with in the next interim. We're getting difficulties because, like the rest of society, we're under pressure for being able to hire people. So you're going to get new intake all the time, and you need the continuing education for those folks. So I think those things are worthwhile. The provision with regard that's in this bill, where you've got to inform the parents, that's something I've seen even some of the good districts fall down on. So I think that's worthwhile. And then finally, I would say, I compliment the districts that are in our top quarter or eighth, but at the same time, I challenge them. They ought to be able to do better than they are now. There is room for improvement in every district in this state. And when you look at human endeavors, that's kind of what you expect. So for all those reasons, I haven't seen something where I think we ought to exempt whole districts from what we're doing here.
Question being called. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 32, say aye. All opposed, say no. Well, it's close, but I think Senate File 32 has passed the committee of the whole. And the next bill for your consideration is Senate File 33. And before I give that to the reading clerk, we're down about 9 senators. It's getting pretty close. Ellen tells me I can't make a call on the Senate, so that kind of takes the fun out of that. So, yes, Mr. All right. If there's no objection, we'll stand at ease for 4 minutes. I think we'll go longer than that. I think we'll go 10 minutes. Some of us old guys can't walk. It's been 10 minutes. We'll call the Senate back to order. Next Senate file for your consideration is Senate File 33. The reading clerk will now read that in.
Senate File 33, Codification of the Education Resource Block Grant Model, sponsored by the Education Committee, an act relating to school finance, was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Beitman, Ellis, Salazar, Scott, and Rothfuss. Signed, Senator Scott, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I move when the Committee of the Whole rise and report it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 33 do pass. There were no amendments on it that I'm aware of. And Mr. Chairman, to explain the bill briefly, this is a necessary piece of housekeeping. There were a couple of items in last year's recalibration that failed in conference committee on which there was virtually unanimous agreement. This is one of them. There's another one coming from from the House eventually. What this does is it takes, right now, the funding formula is in statute in an attachment to the statutes. And that has grown over a number of years with additions and subtractions and changes. It is difficult to work with. It is not transparent. This is to put that funding formula into the formal statute with all the things that that means. And the practical effect is it will increase the transparency because anybody could go to the library, if no place else, find a copy of the statutes, and they'll be able to see what the funding formula is. And everybody be able to find it, and you won't have to chase through, Mr. Chairman, 3, 4, 5 session laws to try to find it all and make it sense out of it. It will be a big help to our LSO staff, who I think brought the idea originally, that they will be much easier for them to draft bills when people want to change something one way or another. That will save considerable time there. So it's a time saver and a transparency. And the risk, Mr. Chairman, is that somebody will try to use the fact that the whole formula is before us to try to change something. We have tried to write the title so that that's not germane to the bill. And if somebody succeeds, we'll then have to kill the bill. And both your House and your Senate Chairman of Education, I think, are committed on that. And we could get that done. This will improve the transparency. I don't think anything's controversial here. We are simply trying to put into the regular statutes the existing funding formula. And I think that will improve things for everybody, Mr. Chairman. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the senator? Yes, Senator Costa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 questions. Number one, how many people are going to really understand the formula? Because I think it's a little more complicated than they're going to look at, and I'm not sure how much transparent that's going to be, but it's a good effort. Number 2, the only thing that I really want to make sure we have a sideboard on is that somebody can't come in with a complaint or a burr or whatever and put an amendment in. They want to go ahead and change something like something to do with teachers or something to do with any part of the block grant, because that block grant is together a very complex issue. And if you go to change one thing without knowing what it affects, you got some real serious problems on your hand. I just want to make sure that we're protected to every 5 years is where recalibration takes place. And that's where we look at the whole recalibration.
Senator Cost. Scott, would you like to answer that?
Mr. Chairman, first with regard to can you understand it? Well, at least if you can see the specific language, you have a much better chance of understanding it. And you can't, by just reading it, you can't get all the nuances and how this relates to that. But it is reading it for the first time in the recalibration bill last year. I found it certainly was understandable, and it's much more understandable if you've got a clear text in front of you. It shows the whole thing. With regard to somebody amending it, that's the fear, and that's why your education chairman pledged to you, if somebody succeeds in doing that, you'll see the bill next year because it would be killed this year. And believe you me, we can do that. The House Chairman and I have both been around significant amount of time, and we know how to get that done, and we're pledged to it. But the first thing we'll argue, this is not germane to what we're doing here because of the way the title's written. So I would urge everybody to leave this one alone. It's a piece of housekeeping we need to get done, and let's just get it done.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess I've got a lot of concerns with the direction that we're going here. And I think after sitting through recalibration and certainly working with my colleague from Park County here, who spent most of his career in education, my concern is in some components within the model are archaic. This model was put together decades ago, and we're still funding under this model. My concern is we have a governor's task force on education, and we don't know what those recommendations are going to be coming out yet on that. My concern is if we codify this into law, it will be much more difficult in modifying that model in the future, because it then takes a substantial statutory change. Am I not correct on that? So what is the difference? What is the difference between where it's currently at as far as being able to make funding adjustments within the model now versus making funding adjustments in the model if we codify that? So if somebody could explain that to me, it would help assuage some of my concerns about moving forward with this legislation.
Senator Scott, would you like to address that?
Mr. Chairman, in terms of having, if you want to change the model, you've got to change a statute. Whether it is in the Green Book or in this attachment, that's where it resides now. That's all law. It's come in over time, and you'd have to chase back through a bunch of session laws to find it all. You have a good deal more difficult problem for the LSO getting it all found, getting it right. I think they would, but it does take enough. So when we were looking at making a change, we were told, no, there's only 4 weeks before the committee meeting. That's not enough time. We need to have this so that the necessary statutory change, if we want to make it, if we really decide such and such provision archaic needs to be changed, we need to have that statute so we can see it, and it's easier to identify and easier to draft the necessary legislation. It is right now very time consuming to get a change drafted so that it'll work. So this will make everybody's job a little easier, and you're probably right, there probably are some archaic things that we'll find and eventually fix. We aren't prepared to do that this year. We should not do that this year because those will be substantive changes. We need to just get the thing out where we can see it. And that's all this does. So I have no idea what governor's task force may come up with and whether it'll be worth anything or not. But if it does bring some changes, at least we'll be able to find them, look at them, see how they fit in with the rest of the model. And passing this bill will facilitate that, Mr. Chairman. So I think it will help prevent accidents in the future.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Any other questions? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Not really a question. I just, I'm with the senator from Baggs. I've just got some misgivings here. Wanted to get that on the record. I just don't think this is a good idea, but I'll try my best to get there. I don't know that we want this out where, year by year, we're dealing with statutory changes in a block grant model. I don't know. Be careful what you ask for there. I've got a little bit of heartburn on this one, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, that's heartburn Landon. Okay, Senator Gost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. I am on that governor-appointed group, and I hope like heck we're doing some good, because I'll tell you, for the amount of time we're spending, there's a lot of going in, and we're not costing you a cent from us. So that's important to remember. But at the same time, when you start talking future of education and you start talking flexibility and how do we allow for different types of schedules and all, so that students have different options, and you create those kinds of options for kids, our block model is going to have to change. It's not going to fit, but our call was, don't be looking at the money of this thing, be looking at what we need to do. And in the end, I really believe what we're looking at is going to be more efficient and cheaper than what we have now, but it's going to look different too. So, and I'll gladly talk about that sometime when it's not 6:30 and all of us want to go home. So, thank you.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to address a couple of the questions. If we adopt this and wanted to repeal it, that's a one-page bill. You say WS 2113-309.1 is repealed, then it's gone. So I think that's doable if we find a new model that we want. And I understand the concern, but maybe put another way, are we afraid that the public can see this and want to change the model? We should hope the public wants to be engaged and read this and start understanding it. And I had a call from a reporter and I asked her, I'm like, can you tell me where to find the model on our website? And she couldn't. And I don't know that I can. I can find our statutes real easy, but I can't find this very easy. And so, we need people to start understanding when we're talking about the biggest thing we spend money on in this state. We need them to understand this. And this is a way of achieving that. So I'd urge your aye vote.
Senator Hutchings.
Just a real quick question, Mr. Chairman, since previous speaker brought it up, the difficulty in finding things online. I'm just wondering if maybe we could put it with our statutes, so someone doesn't have to print this out, but they can just go out and click on it. Just a thought, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hutchings. I don't see any other people wanting to comment. So I'm assuming you want to get to the question on this. So all those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 33, say aye. Aye. All opposed say no? No. Senate File 33 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for your consideration is Senate File 31, and the reading clerk will read that in.
Senate File 31, Absenteeism and Truancy, sponsored by the Education Committee, an act relating to education. Was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Weidman, Ellis, Rothfuss, Salazar, and Scott. Senator Scott, Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I move in the committee of the whole rise and report to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 31 do pass, I yield to Senator Ellis for an explanation of the Senate file.
Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's late. I will try and move through this quickly, but I don't want to give you a short explanation just in case there are further questions. On page 5, this is the crux of the bill. Right now in our absenteeism laws, we don't distinguish who's at fault for a student's absent. Is it because you have a habitually truant student whose parents and guardians drop him or her off every day, but they cut class? Or is it due to the willful neglect of the parent? So what this bill seeks to do is make a distinction because it matters in how we try and improve absenteeism, knowing what the root cause of it is. So on page 5, you're going to see some new definitions of what habitual truant is, and that means any child who disobeys the lawful demands of their guardian to attend school, compared to willful absenteeism, where you have cases that the parent or guardian is being neglectful. So then going back into the bill, Mr. Chairman, if you start on the bottom of page 1, you'll see reference to Title 14. This is your child protection statutes. In here, you'll see a definition of neglect, and it has included in prior, or the Department of Family Services does look at educational neglect as a factor of whether a child is being neglected under their statutes. So here we tie in that new definition that I just mentioned to you on the page 5. Moving along on page 2, this is a different part of the Department of Family Services statutes. This deals with CHINs, or your children in need of supervision. And so here, we're talking about those students that are habitually truant, just adding that cross-reference to the definition as defined in this new definition at the bottom of page 2, line 22. Moving on to page 3, you'll see another conforming amendment in that area of the statute. On the bottom of page 3, you're going to see the introduction of your education title in Title 21. This is talking about the responsibilities of the boards of trustees. And then you'll see a conforming amendment that they not only have to define unexcused absence, which was an issue we tackled last session, but also habitual truant and willful absenteeism. We've already talked about page 5. So moving on to page 6, these are largely conforming amendments and duties of your attendance officers. In some instances, those are your school principals, but some schools actually have attendance officers. And so their duties are to, counsel with those who have been unexcused, as well as those who are habitually truant and willful. And then here's where we make some adjustments to the statute to actually reflect what happens in practice. These attendance officers are to give written notice to parents if their child has unexcused absences, and again, cross-referencing definitions. After that notice has been given the child and has continued excuses, then we might proceed with more process, which we'll talk about in a minute. We did make a change. We thought a second notice and all of that was a little too prescriptive, so we tried to give the district some flexibility to define when they wanted to start proceeding with more process. So going on to page 7, this is an important part of what our work. Right now, the penalty for a parent who fails to get their child to school is imprisonment and a fine. The fine is on the low end of $5 and on the high end of $25. We've heard from many districts and superintendents that that's a bit of a joke. $25 isn't much of a deterrent. But then the imprisonment is 10 days. And so we grappled with the idea of how putting someone in jail for 10 days will help improve absenteeism. So we remove those penalties altogether and just make reference to the fact that those parents might be subject to proceedings under the Department of Family Services processes with the Child Protection Act or CHINs as appropriate. Finally, on the bottom of page 7, this is notice that's currently required that has to be given to your district attorneys. And so moving on to page 8, right now the law currently says when the Board of Trustees discovers an unexcused absence. In fact, that's not the board's job. It's the attendance officer who usually discovers that. But once that attendance officer determines that that child has been habitual truant or has been absent due to willful absenteeism, then that attendance officer shall notify the Board of Trustees and the district attorney who may initiate proceedings. You'll see on line 7, we got rid of the word shall. In practice, your district attorneys exercise discretion, and so we wanted to reflect that by using the word may. And then here's another important part of your the changes that we include. Your district attorney can either then initiate proceedings under the Child Protection Act and the Child in Need of Supervision Act, which really are geared toward trying to get at the root of the problem to support those families to get those kids to school. If the child is an Indian child as defined under the Indian Child Welfare Act, then the district attorney does have a duty to notify that child's tribe and they may initiate proceedings in a state court, but because that child's Indian, they do have a duty to notify the child's tribe, and the tribe may intervene in that proceeding. However, if the Indian child resides on the Wind River Indian Reservation, we want to make it clear to those attendance officers that they are to notify the Wind River Tribal Court prosecutor. And from there, that tribal court prosecutor may initiate proceedings under applicable tribal law and order codes. This is the lay of the land. We heard this has been an issue we've worked on for several years. And in Fremont County in particular, there's a lot of confusion about who has jurisdiction. And so that makes it clear for those attendance officers so they can do their job efficiently. I just add that this issue came about years ago through our work on the Select Tribal Relations Committee. We saw really high levels of absenteeism and really wanted to get to understanding how we could help improve some of those numbers so that kids can get to school and learn. But because of the problems that we saw with our existing statutes lacking definitions, it's been really hard to move on past it. So this is really an attempt to make sure that our statutes work together, and I'd urge your favorable consideration.
Thank you, Senator Ellis. Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious on how this affects homeschool parents. Thank you.
Would you like to answer that, Senator Ellis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not at all. This is not at all intended to touch homeschool families. This is solely for those students that are enrolled in public schools. This does not affect homeschool families.
Other questions? Senator Hutchings.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to get a definition or an explanation of page 2, lines 10 through 14. What's really going on right there with the treatment given is where I'd like you to start. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ellis, would you like to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The language on lines 10 through 14 is existing language in your child protection statutes. We did not want to alter those provisions. We're not the Judiciary Committee or some other committee that has jurisdiction over family services. We were just trying to tie in that new definition of educational neglect so that it can be included when they're making those determinations. So I'd urge the body, if that's language you find troublesome, to maybe look at another bill to understand that better.
Other questions? Other questions, comments? Hearing none, sensing you're ready to vote. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 31, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. That Senate File 31 has passed the committee of the whole. Next bill for your consideration is Senate File 35. Would the reading clerk please read that in?
Senate File 35, Electrical Vehicle Charging Stations Regulation Exemption, sponsored by the Minerals Committee, an act relating to public utilities, was referred to Committee Number 9, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Beitman, Cooper, Ruffus, and Wasserberger. Senator Anderson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Wasserberger?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with favorable recommendation. Senate File 35 do pass. There is a committee of the whole amendment. And ladies and gentlemen, let me walk you through this bill. It is 3 lines on page 2, lines 14 and 15. The retail sale of electricity for charging electric vehicles by a person that is not otherwise regulated under this title. Essentially what this bill does is it allows for electrical charging stations throughout the state of Wyoming. Right now we have about 200 ports, and those are being provided as a service to the people of Wyoming. They could be in a housing complex, in a hotel, parking lots, could be outside of our state buildings. We could have charging stations if we wanted to put them in, and it's provided to them as a service. 41 other states have this on their statutes, and I believe there are states, Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, Indiana, and Georgia are considering this very same legislation. So I would ask for your favorable support. It's a relatively simple bill. And Mr. Chairman, I would go ahead and turn it over to the good senator from Washakie County to introduce his amendment.
Do we want to read in that committee the whole amendment, Senator Cooper?
Senate
Okay.
File 35, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 2, lines 14 through 16, delete.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead, Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 35. This amendment was brought to us by our local REAs. They suggested that we, although they're all in favor of our bill, we didn't really direct where the electricity needed to come from. So with that said, it deletes line 14, 15, and 16 and inserts the amendment. The amendment addresses that it would come from including electricity from an electricity storage device from a public utility that is otherwise regulated under this title, in whose service territory the electric vehicle charging is located, and under the established tariffs, rates and charges and conditions of service. So that's the entire change. It still allows the charging stations. It just defines where the electricity has to come from. With that, sir, I'd like to ask for your favorable consideration of Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, Senate File.
Senator Wasserberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment. Essentially, instead of being a service, we're going to require it to be something that you can purchase. And that's not what other states are doing. Essentially, say a supermarket in Gillette decided it wanted to provide ports for electrical cars. They could do that as a service to their consumers. And that's what we're talking about here. Do we want to allow organizations, businesses, even governmental entities to provide this service? Or do we want to allow it to be controlled, regulated, and essentially charged for? So I would urge everyone, like I said, 41 other states have this exact language. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you, Senator Wasserberger. Senator Dockstetter, were you next?
I'll let good senator from Gillette go ahead. And
Okay,
then I'll
all right,
speak.
Senator McCune, go ahead. On the amendment.
On the amendment, this is a really slippery slope, and I want to ask a question. When is the state going to provide the service of giving me free diesel for my truck or free gas for my car? At the end of the day, we're shaping the whole market with this by providing a service. And we're competing with companies that want to sell electricity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator McCune. Anyone else before the Senator Dockstetter?
I get it,
Okay,
Mike.
all right.
Thank you. I think at this point, this amendment brings it back in the right direction. This is new territory for folks. We don't know where we're going with all this because it's going to happen really quick. I'm worried that I'm going to drive an electric truck in 10 years. That scares me. I think the amendment needs to be in place. Put it out on the floor that way. Give us a little more time, folks, to get this researched out. Appreciate the good senator from Washakie getting that put into the system. Let's put it in there, get it out on the floor, and then vet it further. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Hearing none, sensing you're ready to vote. All those in favor of Senator Cooper's motion to adopt the Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 35, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign? That Senate File 35, Committee of the Whole, number 1 has passed. Back to the bill. Senator Kolb. As soon as I find you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a general question. I mean, obviously, I haven't been in committees during this whole process of working this bill. So I would like to know just what are they avoiding? What are the costs that are being avoided here? I mean, I haven't heard that. So I'm a little confused. If someone could help me out with just what is changing here, why this is needed for the electric charging stations, and what are we trying not to have being done that was done in the past?
Senator Wasserberger, would you like to address that?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what the answer is, but right now, at least in the state of Wyoming, as I stated earlier, we already have 200 ports across the state. And so there are various different businesses. For instance, my brother has a hotel chain. He provides these ports at his hotel chain as a service to his customers. And that's kind of what it's been across the United States, is that you can get this service going to a shopping mall or whatever. I'm not sure what we're trying to avoid. I'm not sure what, I'm not answering your question.
Well, let me try to, thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Kolb.
Let me try to restate it then. So we've got currently charging stations across the state of Wyoming, right? So with those charging stations we currently have, the way they are now, if this bill goes into effect with the intent that you have, the way it's written now, what will change for those operators that currently have electric charging stations? And then that probably would help me out a lot, because that would tell me what would be the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Wasserberger.
And Mr. Chairman, I wasn't anticipating this amendment, actually. I thought that we had dealt with this in committee. This amendment was offered in committee, and it actually did not receive a second. So it did not receive a motion in committee. So I'm actually surprised by it. And so I'm not answering your question, and I'm tired, and I don't want to answer his question.
Senator Kolb, I think we can answer your question on the next day. There is an answer for it, and I can give it to you now, but I won't, because but there is an answer, and there is no change. There is no change to the guy that has a station. Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Any other questions? Any other questions? Any other questions we can't answer? Okay, all right, good. Sensing you're ready to vote, all those in favor of Senator Wasserberger's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, that it do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 35, say aye. All opposed, say no. The chair is in doubt. Let's just stand. All in favor of the motion, please stand. All those in favor, please stand. And I'm one more, so that's 20. Okay, thank you. Those opposed, please stand. Yeah. Five. Okay, that motion has passed 20-5. Thank you. And that concludes the bills that we have before us. Mr. Floor Leader. Oh, would you like a microphone? Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee of whole rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Oh, that motion didn't carry. Sir. Yeah, that motion passed. I'm going to return to my desk.
You won't have any mic responsibilities tomorrow, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Taking your mic away. Okay. Mr. Reader, please read the conference report or the committee report.
Mr. President, your committee of the whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 98, do pass. Senate File 46, do pass. Senate File 38, do pass amended. Senate File 8, do pass amended. Senate File 3, do pass. Senate File 27, do pass amended. Senate File 25, do pass. Senate File 29, do pass. Senate File 32, do pass amended. Senate File 33, do pass. Senate File 31, do pass. Senate File 35, do pass amended. Senator Anderson, Chairman.
Senator Anderson, you have a motion for us on the committee of the whole report?
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the committee of the whole report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carried and the report has been adopted. Thank you, Senator Anderson, for a long journey. All right. Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk. I'll give you a mic back for just a short time.
All right, everybody, a little speech. It's 6:45. We aren't gonna do this again. I'm tired and wore out. So tomorrow's a long day with everything. And I will promise you, we're gonna be done by a little after 5. And so whatever's left there is gonna be hanging. So it's fair warning. It depends on where we're at, but we're gonna make it where everybody's gotta go home and get home on time. So let's think about it hard as we go through the day about how we go about our business. So with that, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, I move that we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday, February 18th.
Announcements. Let's go to Senator Scott.
Mr. President, your committee number 4, Education, will meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in normal committee room W110. Senate File 103, Education Limitations on Teaching Critical Race History.
Chairman Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your number 1 committee will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Number 1 committee. To hear the following 3 bills: Senate File 26, District Court Judge Positions Authorization and Funding; Airport Restaurant Liquor Licenses; Senate File 12, and Senate File 28, Sex Offender Termination of Duty to Register Amendments.
Chairman Perkins.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, your Joint Appropriations, your Senate Appropriations Committee number 2 will meet upon adjournment in 10 minutes in the room upstairs, JAC room E301 to take up the re-referral of the, where'd it go? I think it's Senate File 36, the Pharmacy Benefit Manager Bill. Thank you.
And the evening continues for appropriations. Let's go to Senator Baldwin. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee, who's not going to meet at 8:30, will meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow, not following the bad example of Committee 1. That's because we're the perfect 10. We're going to meet at 8 a.m. in Connector Room 6 to consider Senate File 23, Nursing Home Administrator, Senate File 24, Pharmaceutical and Pharmacy Technician Practice, and Senate File 101, Epinephrine and Naloxone Administration Authority.
Thank you. Labor and Health, outdistancing judiciary. Let's go over to Senator Anderson.
Mr. President, your Minerals Committee will meet tomorrow at noon recess in the Capitol Extension Room W4 and online. And we'll hear Senate File 47, Carbon Storage and Sequestration Liability. That's continued from the previous meeting. We'll hear Senate File 84, Mineral Royalties, Proportional Severance Tax Relief. Senate File 55, Insurance Sandbox. Senate File 68, Decentralized Autonomous Organizations Amendments. Senate File 71, Deregulated Industrial Power Zones. And Senate File 56, I think that says, maybe it's 36, Lottery Amendments, 56.
Thank you. Chairman Boner, thank you for your patience. What do you have for us?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Agricultural Committee will meet at 7 o'clock tonight in room W2 and online. We'll consider Senate File 48, 2022 large project funding, Senate File 80, omnibus water bill construction, Senate File 82, supplemental water development funding.
Thank you, and you get to continue tonight as well. All right, any further announcements? Any further announcements? That's it. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Friday.